Thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. This is more than likely going to be a town hall meeting. I will be dropping the link. I'm pretty sure that folk going to have their month and opinions, baby. And this is a conversation that needs to really be had, okay? So we're going to have it tonight. Before we get into the thug thizzle on this manezzle, go ahead and run those likes up. We need all the likes. We ain't got no weirdos over here. We ain't got nothing but Conscious Crew supporters, members, and community members over in this biatch. So run those likes up. If you can use those fingers to click on a video, use those fingers to type in the chat. You can use those fingers to definitely press like on the live stream. We need all of that. Subbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are summing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary, because the king is in fact king. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. Shout out to all of the new subbies. We are just a few subbies away from 53 motherfucking thousand subscribers, because we are in fact working. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in color. All donation information is in the description box below. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? How y'all doing tonight? I know this is completely improv. You guys know that everything going on politically right now has just had my emotions in a chokehold. So it's been very hard for me to do live streams and to do content, because I've just been having to just rectify and realign my feelings around all of the terrible news that we're getting at this point by the damn minute. And because politics involves the world and it concerns all people, it transcends all genres of media. There's nowhere you can turn on the internet where you are not going to run into political content. So even the pop culture, celebrity gossip blogs are also, making sure that they run the algorithm accordingly with everything that's taken place with this raggedy ass administration. So it's been a lot. And you guys know I'm a super empath. So I have a very unusual, particular, very peculiar relationship to stimuli and to emotions. And I can almost function as a bipolar person emotionally, not really in terms of like how I come off, but more so in terms of just how I experience feelings. You know, it can go from extreme highs to very extreme lows, depending on what's going on. And so as a super empath, being able to find that middle ground, especially when the stimuli is very negative, is something that has to be very manufactured and something that has to be very intentionally created for me in terms of a safe space. Because if I just kind of rely on my feelings to get me through, girl, like, you know, telling where I'll be by the minute. And even though Trump's administration, we knew what's coming the moment that Kamala, you know, lost the damn election by a landslide, whether that was stolen or organic, girl, I just still could not have prepared myself emotionally for what is happening right now. In the beginning, I was doing really well. Like after the initial loss, I was like, okay, this is where we at. Or maybe I was in shock, bitch. I don't know. Or maybe he just had not become active at that point. You know, we had, you know, a resting period over the, you know, remaining 3-4 months before he was sworn into office. And I use sworn very loosely, considering that the big back orange bitch didn't even put his hands on the damn Bible. So, you know, he just seized the damn office. It's been overwhelming. You know, the level of concern, fear, and the people who are already experiencing loss, you know, all these federal workers, all of these veterans, everything going on around. Look, I ain't even gonna get into all of that. We'll just come back and get into that in another stream. So y'all just bear with me over the next few weeks as I just create a system for myself, because I'm gonna have to like create something very unique. Because this is very unique stimuli. My old system is not is not assisting me right now. So I'm gonna have to recreate a whole nother system for myself in terms of dealing with everything that's taking place while still maintaining my equilibrium on this tightrope and being consistent in my content. So you guys just please bear with me as I just work out my system, because right now, yeah, a bitch is in the eye of the storm with everything that's taking place. But I just want to say hello to everybody before we get into it, and then we're going to go ahead and jump into all of the things. I hope you guys have had a wonderful week and a wonderful weekend. What is going on, Star? Hey, Cups of Conversation. Hey, love. Make sure that you guys subscribe to Cups of Conversation, baby. She's an amazing content creator out here on the YouTube streets. Make sure that you guys are giving her a click and a view and let her know that the king sent you over there to Cup of Conversations Nation, baby. What's going on, Chitty or Shitty Chitlins? What's going on, Kimani? Hey, Say Less Astrology. Hey, Healing Daily. What's going on, Leroy? Hey, my fellow Trump supporter. What's going on, Simone? Hey, Rumors. What's going on, Danielle? Hey, Amber. Hey, Dr. Quantum. What's going on, Don Phillips? Hey, y'all. What's going on, Carolyn? Hey, Deanna. Hey, Lady D. What's going on, Riri? Hey, Renee. What's going on, Joshua? Good evening. Hey, Queen B More. Hey, baby mother. It was definitely stolen, Leroy. Don't come up here with your bullshit. What's going on, Akanisi? I think I got that right. Did I get that right, Akanisi? Akanisi. Is it? Did I get it right? I think I got it. I got it. I got it a lot better. I know I got closer. If that ain't it, I know I got a little bit closer to getting it right, because it sounds about right. I still may be missing a decimal some goddamn way. I still may be missing a goddamn. Tell me what it is. Is it Akanisa? Is it Akanisa? Hey, Moody. What's going on, Michelle? Hey, Bo. No. Okay, it's better. All right. Spell it out again, baby. Spell it out again. Give me all the syllables again, honey. Give me the dashes, because I'm going to get it right. Hey, Medusa. Hey, baby. What's going on, TW? Hey, y'all. What's going on, Dazzle? Hey, Naturally. Hey, y'all. All right. So let's go ahead and shout out to my baby mother, High Mental Abilities. Thank you so much for the child support check, honey. Oh, nasty piece of donation. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let me make sure my other people, all my PayPalers, shout out to you guys. You guys keep the lights on, girl. Because all this little technology, girl, I know I make it look easy, but this shit does cost money, baby. StreamYard is $100 a month. The stuff that I use for my thumbnails, that shit is like $50 a fucking month. Like, there's always money coming out of my damn accounts, you know, regarding the things that I use to bring heat to the social media platform. So I want to thank you guys for all of your donations. Y'all literally help keep the lights on around her. Shout out to my baby mother Happy, my baby father Todd, my baby mother Renee. Shout out to all you guys. And once again, shout out to my PayPalers as well. Aka Junice. Okay, I gotta remember the Jew part. Aka Junice. Aka Junice. Aka Junice. Aka Junice. All right, got it. Hey Tiana, hey baby. So let's get into it, girl. There is a lot. I love PayPal now. It's so much better. Yes, it is. Even though, you know, that rugrat is over there running PayPal. You know, Miss Elania Musket. But moving along, DDG decided to bring his childish ass to the internet to basically expose the fact that Halle Bailey is taking on a very narcissistic style of parenting. Okay, this definitely is a bit shocking considering that we always see DDG with Halo, who has become the internet's nephew. He is so adorable and so fun to watch, and it's so amazing to watch him grow up. You know, I feel like, you know, he's clearly a child star in the making. You know, he's one of those people that we're going to be looking at 20 years from now and be like, boy, I remember when you was in diapers, taking your first walk, eating, you know, with your first spoon, and, you know, slapping the hell out of your pappy unconsciously and things, you know. And considering the frequency of how much we at least thought we saw DDG with Halo, it was never ever giving struggle custody. It was never ever giving borrowed time. It was never giving that. But apparently this is not a skit. This is not a publicity stunt, and I don't believe it is, because I do not believe that they would gamble with Haley's image if this was not real. DDG did say that he has been protecting her image for quite a while, and I guess, you know, the walls of that protection, girl, are coming down faster than executive orders at this goddamn point. So we're going to get into what DDG had to say on his YouTube channel. This is going to be audio only. What I'm going to do is give you guys a snap. I'm going to give you guys a snapshot of him, actually. And we're going to listen to this audio only. And he took to his YouTube channel 3 hours ago in a video titled, "She Won't Let Me See My Son." And I got some things I want to say to this. I have some critiques on both sides. And then I'm going to drop the link, because I'm sure that all my do-rag wearing niggas and all my clip-in ponytail wearing bitches have something to say, bruh. All right, you guys, please run the likes up. Run those likes up. We need all of that. And I'm here to prepare you that this probably is going to be a thick conversation. So expect to be triggered. Expect not necessarily to agree with me. Expect a whole lot of things, because I've come up here to bear witness to the truth and nothing but the truth, for God help you, please. Okay, so women gonna get they naps tugged on, and niggas gonna get they naps tugged on in this commentary. All right, so let's do it. That lady not keeping they son from him, he lying. Okay, Bruno, I mean, hey, you know, that's yet to be seen. But let's go ahead and give this a listen. And once again, this is DDG talking about Halle withholding their son from him.
I don't like, y'all know I like doing like skits and like just having fun on the internet. I don't really like talking about real life, but I feel like I have to. And it's getting to a point where I feel like I'm honestly getting, you know, when it comes to me just wanting to just be a dad. Y'all know how much like I love Halo. It's literally the best thing that ever happened to me. And this is literally my last resort. I feel like I don't have no type of like hurt, bro. Like I don't have no type of say so. And I keep getting this word thrown around. Like this is, I don't give a if this make me seem childish. I just want to be able to see my son when I want to see my son, take my son when I want to take my son. Like, I don't care if this make me look childish, if I look like I'm on the internet crazy, whatever I don't care, bro. Like, I don't care what nobody thinks. I literally just want to be in my son's life. And I feel like I'm getting bullied. I'm constantly being called a secondary parent, not a primary parent. And it's like, I just don't know what to do at this point. I don't know what to do.
Let me hear that part again.
I feel like I'm getting bullied. I'm constantly being called a secondary parent, not a primary parent. And it's like, I just don't know what to do at this point. I don't know what to do. And that's why I'm like, maybe this will make her want to have to let me see my son. But I get to see him, but it's very minimal time. Like if y'all ever watch, I know I usually Snapchat when I'm with my son. I live stream every day, so y'all kind of get to see. I've been around girls all week because I don't get the chance to be a dad when I want to be a dad. Like I don't give a about hanging around no girls. I want to be around my son. You feel me? But since I can't be around my son, I'm obviously going to work. I'm not going to sit in the crib, look at the wall and cry about this, you know? I'm going to go work. So it's like every single day or every other day, I'm trying to see him. I'm trying to get him to come over or whatever. I never get him dropped off. I always go pick him up. I live far. So I'm driving hours to go get him, and then I get there and I can't get him. I can't see him. My son is sick right now. I want to see my son. I want to hold my son. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I just want to comfort him. I want to put him in a shower, get some steam in his nose so he can feel better. I don't get the chance to do that. I get pinned against the wall, and then everything else is variables on why I can't see my son. You feel me? Like it don't have nothing to do with me working, by the way. I'm not going to air out her business, but me and her has not been together for a long time. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's been going on for a minute where I just never got on the internet and said nothing. I mean, I might like throw like little subliminals or something like that, but it's like, bro, like, I don't want to get on the internet because at the end of the day, you know, this is something that can really like with him, but I'm really just coming on this as just a dad that really don't know what to do at this point. I've been trying.
So for everybody saying he has another child, it's not. There's no information about that on the internet. He only has one kid, according to every damn source on the internet, and I believe I've heard him refer to Halo as, you know, his only child. He's a first time dad, etc. Now he does want more kids, but Halo is his only child so far.
But I've been dealing with this since he's been born, damn near. It's like I really feel like I'm a nanny at this point. The nanny has been able to have my son more than me, and I don't even know the nanny name. Like it's just not fair, bro. So I have to come on here and I gotta do this. I don't want to be on no shade room, bro. Like I don't want to be on no blogs or no like that. I'm just trying to kick it, but I gotta do like this. Now I gotta go to court, do all this extra when he ain't even gotta be like that, bro. But today was my last straw. I'm like, all right, cool. Y'all, if y'all was watching me stream yesterday, y'all know I'm like, all right, I wouldn't even go stream today. I'm like, I ain't streaming today. I'm be with my son. I planned my whole day to be with him. My whole day was around that. And then I get there, and I'm kicked out of the crib, can't see him, whatever. Mind you, we have our own lives. Like, she got her own going on, I got my own going on in terms of who with. Like, we not together whatsoever. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. So ain't got nothing to do with the content, ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I've been dealing with this forever, where I feel like I'm a secondary parent. And I know a lot of dads out there go through this. And the kids will never understand. Luckily, my son is only 1, so I don't have to like worry about him like feeling like, oh, my pop's not there. Every time I'm there, he got a smile on his face. He happy to see me, but he only can see me for no more than 48 hours. I haven't had to have my son to myself for longer than 72 hours, max. He's getting picked up, taken away. I can't come get him. Whatever. Like, it's like, I don't know what to do at this point. I genuinely don't know what to do. And it's like, I'm just going to come on here and just say what I say and then get off, go about my day. I just feel like this needs to happen. It needs to be some type of repercussions for this. Because I'm not a deadbeat, nowhere near. I have inspired dads across the world to want to be in their kid life. Why make it harder for me? But I don't even know what to say for her. I wouldn't say this was an impulsive decision, but
Alexis, woo child. Now, baby, you shaking it up, baby. You shaking the table, Alexa.
It's just, bro, I'm just frustrated, bro. Like, I could take it off that emote. I'm just frustrated. And I just don't know what to do. And I hate that every time I got something going good, it's always some type of drama, some type of something going on in my life. I've been doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to keep doing that because I'm a real, but this is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. And I wasn't even coming to take him. Like, today, I wasn't even going to take him out because he's sick. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to just grab my son and go hang out with him downstairs. Me and her don't really speak like that. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to take my son, go hang out downstairs. Whoop. I'm getting kicked out. No. Like, it's conversations where it's like, that said to me is so, if you heard it, it's on some leave us alone type. I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if no in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No in the world can ever say that to me. If my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest ever. This me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. It's not cool. Like, it's like, all right, like, I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to. I don't have permission. Like, it's like I have a second mom. Like, I got to ask my second mom, hey, can I take my son? Can I take our son somewhere? But if she want to get up and leave the country and leave the state, I get no say-so whatsoever. I can't say one word because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like, it's like, bro, it's not cool, bro. It's not fair, bro. Like, I promise you, I swear on my life, on my soul, on my son, I never wanted to come on here and say no shit like this, but I feel like this is the only way. So now if y'all don't see me with my son, every day, y'all know I stream every day. Every day I don't see my son, I'm going to number it. Let's see. I know she going to let me see my son now. This is the only way.
Hey, Arshawn. We'll be dropping the link, y'all. Hey, Arshawn. Make sure that y'all support my boy Arshawn over on Critically Drinking. They get into the things on his platform, baby. And I know this conversation is going to have a lot going on.
I have not been able to see my son. Only if we on perfect terms and she around is cool. But if we not, I don't get to see him. I don't care to do girl content, whatever that has nothing to do with anything that's work. That has nothing to do with me wanting to be around my son, like whatsoever. I don't give a who she talked to, who her is, who she filming movies with. I don't give a I care about my son. That's all I care about. Literally, that's all I care about. And when that's taken from me, she know that's the only way I get frustrated. That's the only way she can get under my skin because I don't care what she does. We haven't been together. And this might be a curveball to a lot of people, but me and her has not been together for a long time. A long time. Before that post. We've been not really together. We probably was on and off for a little bit. That's it. But further than that, we has not been together. This is the only thing that can bother me is with my son. Yeah, now I don't even bring her name up when I get on live. I get on live, I call her the mother of my child. I call her this and that, nothing but be respectful. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not finna sit here and get bullied behind closed doors over my son, and I can't see him. Now I understand. Like I always said a little on the internet, like, I don't see how dads can't be in they son life for this and that. It be the mom, bro. It don't even be the dad's fault. Like the dads want to be there. Woo! But if the mom ain't don't want you to be there,
shaking the mother table, DDG.
You can't be there. Like I was there the whole process, pulling his head out, everything. Like I should have just as much say so as possible. It's not cool, bro. I ain't finna get on here. The longer I stay on here, I get on here and just get to talking and yapping and just saying too much.
And get to telling all the goddamn church's business and destroying both of y'all goddamn careers in the process, girl. Let me get up in this. Okay, so let me just get through the superficial part of this conversation. For everybody in the chat saying that, you know, he has the baby on live stream. Look, he ain't doing nothing dangerous to the baby by having the baby on camera. The baby is a celebrity baby, so the camera paparazzi situation gonna happen one way or a damn another. Both of them are celebrities. Both of them are public figures. Halo is a public figure, and Halle knew that her man was a attention whore the day that she met his ass. So she still proceeded to have unprotected sex with him. She still proceeded to let him shoot the goddamn club up. She still pursued it, still allowed him to, impregnate her with the things, girl. She still took the dick without a condom. So here we are, honey. So, I don't feel bad for her in that sense either, okay? Because DDG, he been showing up as who he is through this whole thing, baby. Okay, so ain't no wool been pulled over Haley's eyes. Remember, in the beginning, nobody even wanted Halle with his ass. Everybody was like, girl, what are you doing? You are a mermaid, Ariel. Okay, ain't your ass got Aquafina battles to go endure with Ursula ass under the sea? Okay, girl, aren't you the new chicken of the sea, Miss Mamas? Okay, and then remember when the whole cheating scandal happened where he was caught doing a love song with his ex or writing the damn milk chocolate love notes and shit and sending her all type of love signals, baby. Everybody was like, run, Ariel, run, girl, run, honey. Okay, she ran head first back into the head of the dick still. Okay, so this is what she wanted. This is what Ariel ass got, baby. Make no mistake about it, sugar. All right. Now, whether she was dickmatized, and we can have that conversation too, or what it was, girl, that kept her gorilla glued to DDG until the inevitable happened. Okay. But the pendulum swings equally to the other side because Halle also has seemingly been herself this entire time. I'm going to assume, considering that we see more of Halo content with DDG than we do with Halle, that it was probably Halle's decision to keep the baby under wraps for the first few months that he was in the world. You remember we got all those blurred ass pictures and all those, you know, blurred faces of Halo. And then remember, despite everybody saying that she had a 9-month-old fupa hanging over her goddamn bikini line, that she was keeping the pregnancy tight-lip. So I'm going to assume that all of that was probably due to her. Okay, that was her decision. If DD&G probably had his way, they would have been transparent about everything, shared everything publicly. So, to that point, it seems that Halle has always displayed a level of protectiveness and a level of ownership. Okay, that baby, she likes, you know, to kind of really run the shit, girl. She took those Beyonce lyrics and upgrade you very literally, girl, when Beyonce said, girl, you know, the niggas keep the street lights on, but it's the women who keep the damn tempo. Okay, that it's really the women who wear the goddamn pants. So it seems that Halle has been the secret dictator in this relationship. And I think that's what DD&G means when he says he's kind of sick of protecting her image, that Halle isn't some damn Disney princess in all actuality, and that she may be a little bit on the controlling side. Because remember, I'm the person that do not believe that opposites attract. I think that what happens in this whole opposite attract dynamic concept is that both people are each other's alter egos. Okay? One partner is just a covert version of the overt version of the partner. Okay? So I think, yes, honey, DD, and because DDG just don't sound right, you know, as a girl. What the fuck is the DDG? You know, DD&G. Okay, baby, open up a damn City Trends. You know, a DD&G fashion store for men. Okay, give it some little pizzazz. But I don't think these motherfuckers are that different from one another. I think that they are very similar in ways. And I think that I kind of forgot where the fuck I was going with that point, but it'll come back to me. Holy Ghost, bring it on back to me, baby, as we just move deeper into this discussion, honey. So with that being laid to rest, I'm not here to argue whether Halo should be on camera or not. I'm not his parents. His parents can decide that. His parents have decided how they want to parent Halo. They both should have autonomy. They both should have a say-so. And they both should have respected creative right in terms of what reality they want to personally cultivate for their son, especially since they're not in a relationship together. Now, I've also been seeing these conversations around marriage. Let me tell you something, baby. I don't know why y'all continue to pedestalize marriage. Even if DD&G had given Ariel a ring, that does not mean they still would have been together. You do know that there's a such thing called divorce, right? a ring doesn't mean a thing, baby. You get cheated on with a ring. You can get the goddamn house in Virginia with a damn ring. You can get your car stolen, your credit ruined, and get knocked upside your motherfucking head with a ring on your goddamn finger, baby. A ring is not a superpower. A ring does not give you any type of emotional, mental, or physical immunity or safety. It is just that, a motherfucking ring on your finger. Okay, so rather he had to put a ring on it, rather she had a wanted a ring or not cared about a ring, it really would not have changed a damn thing. They would still be here at the end of the day. Now, let me see if there's anything else in the chat I want to respond to before I get into my own personal commentary. That would be no. All right. So the issue at hand, custody. Now, everybody is saying DD&G has, you know, he's always with Halo. Look, I don't know because I don't follow DD&G. Okay, so I did hear somebody say in the chat that they have a 1 week on, 1 week off situation. So they have it set up to where he gets a week with Halo, she gets a week with Halo, and they just swap weeks, which is pretty fucking good. That's a long time for anybody to be away from their kid, especially when you are a first-time parent. So I applaud them for being able to trade his ass off for that long of a time. Because that's a lot of time for another parent to have a child as young as Halo and both parents be fairly new. Now, I also do empathize with this couple because they both are new parents. They both seem to be very in love with their son. They both seem to really be experiencing, you know, a fair share of serotonin and dopamine hits, you know, from being able to watch their son grow and learn how to walk and talk, and just the thrill of creating something like this. They both seem to be very equally into what they have co-created, which is why probably feelings around territorialism and around possessiveness are bleeding out of them both. I do think that they both equally have tried to have power in the situation. As I said earlier, it seems to me that DDG was bowing down in the earlier stages of his relationship to Halle when, you know, she wanted to not be open about the pregnancy, when she wanted to keep Halo's face blurred out, etc. And I do think DDG is also been equally, you know, assertive and wanting to also have his way. They both are rich and wealthy as fuck and privileged as hell and are used to being served and catered to. And I would not be surprised if there is a natural power dynamic in this relationship, considering that they both are independently wealthy, independently have their own name and careers, independently, you know, powerful in their own fucking right. But as it relates to his actual allegations about Halle withholding Halo, despite what we feel we've seen, y'all, we don't know this to not be true. If he gets 1 week, if he gets every other week with Halo, then by right of that allocated time, there's going to be a lot of live streams where you see him with Halo. There's going to be a lot of content he's able to produce and disseminate over days and weeks at a time, which may make it look like he's with his son more than what he actually is, that he can produce so much content, pre-recorded content, live streaming content, that you almost can forget that he has a week on, week off, because he is also using or encompassing his son in his content creating. I have a feeling, a very witchy feeling, that there is some truth to the fact that when it's time for DDG to get his son, that there can be some issues. I can believe that. See, DDG is like the loud one in the relationship. But it's not the loud one, as our parents used to tell us, that you got to look out for. It's them who, y'all? It's the who class? Oh, it's the quiet ones. And just because, baby, you don't hear from them quiet ones, don't mean that them quiet ones don't be on a fuck shit. A lot of times the quiet ones are quiet because it's easier to control the narrative when your ass ain't the one outwardly boisterous and vocal. It's easier to make it look like the other person is the problem when it's time for the other person to be the problem, because optically, when you go to look at the situation, you're like, wait, the quiet one is just so nice and humbled, and they're just so peaceful. We're not doing anything. And all you really remember is, you know, all of the activity of the one who is very overt, the one who's very outside, the one who's, you know, very active in the land and before the people. And that can aid and abet in the quiet one kind of winning the silent battle as the mature person who's not in the wrong and don't have no fault in this matter. It's easier to make someone else look crazy and like they're doing too much when they are the more extroverted entity out of both parties. So just because Halle is quiet, baby, that don't mean, bitch, that you know, that witchcraft and bitchcraft ain't working on me, baby. Because see, baby, I know how quiet folk get down. Matter of fact, some of the quietest people in my family are some of the messiest, most diabolical, rotten, straight from Satan's pussy ass motherfuckers I've ever met in my life, bitch. Okay? Because I know, bitch, how diabolical, baby, how satanic and Luciferian the quiet motherfucker can be and is a lot of times, baby. I don't just be distracted, baby, by the rah folk, baby. I got my eye and my surveillance equally on that motherfucker who don't say nothing, that motherfucker who just be sitting there, that motherfucker who just be chilling, okay? One motherfucker just don't care about being seen on the radar, while the other person, baby, prefers to be in the shadows of it all. Okay? Now, this also don't mean that DD&G is telling the truth, because we only have one side of the story, right? So we do have to keep that in mind, okay? I don't know what the truth is, and neither do y'all. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, baby, I don't know what their truth is, but what I do know is that none of us know what it is. All we have to go off of is optics in this situation. But even if you look at the optics of it all, there's enough optics to suggest that both people could just be contributing to the fucking issue, as I stated. I don't know why Halle was dumb enough to prioritize a man when she was in the throes of being a Disney star. I don't know why she risked getting pregnant while she was, you know, getting into her Disney bag. You know, these are very worthy DEI opportunities, bitch, okay? And if Halle knows anything about her black ass history, girl, okay, in this day and age where a nigga is a dime a dozen, baby, okay, you can get a dildo to do a better job. I don't know if, you know, I, as a black woman, you know, hypothetically speaking, would have chosen, you know, the thing she chose amidst being able to carve out a lucrative, prosperous, everlasting legacy for myself. I'm not sure if I would have chose to give and be with child, you know, or to be the womb carrier for, you know, a barely rapping ass rapper. I'm just not sure I would have put all that at stake. But, you know, Halle did. And I think we have to remind ourselves to take in that information. We need to sit with that. We see, it's easier to focus, to hyper focus on DD&G once again, because he's, you know, he's the rah one. But even though Halle is not rah, look at her actions, because her actions also give you clues into who she is, how she thinks, and it gives you clues into the raggedy parts of her. Halle got raggedy parts of herself. She does. Even choosing DD&G suggests that there are definitely raggedy parts of Halle that exist. getting pregnant, being unwed while being a Disney star, because I don't give a fuck about the unwed in and of itself. But, you know, everybody was shook, girl, when she got pregnant amidst, once again, her Disney bag, girl. Because, you know, that don't fit the American, all-American white woman, you know, aesthetic that white male patriarchy oftentimes projects onto every princess, onto every, you know, female damsel in distress. They don't hold that up, you know, single black baby mama, as a cultural trope noteworthy of inspiration and aspiration. But Halle made those decisions. What does that tell us, bitch? I don't know what it tells us, bitch, but I know it ain't good. I don't know how bad it is. But bitch, it damn sure don't necessarily tell us anything that's super good as well. What's going on, Storm? Halle is friends with Krishan. Oh, that's and see that's another why. And see, this is what I mean. Because that don't even look right socially. I did not even know that Halle is friends with Snaggletooth, raggedy ass, the prison sister wife, Krishan Rock. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that Halle and Krishan are friends? And see, this is what I mean by we think we know Halle, baby. Okay, baby. And DD&G alluded to it well, baby. That a lot of that shit is image driven, girl. That's marketing, honey, okay? And y'all are thinking because y'all done brought into the marketing behind Halle, however the fuck you pronounce it, that's the real tea. What y'all think is her identity, girl, is marketing. She's not allowing you to know who the fuck she is. That's why she lives off the radar. She moves in a way that does not allow you to know what the fuck she is, who the fuck she is, what her real personality is, what her real tea is. All you get to have a relationship to is the persona. It's the end result of the marketing image and agenda. And this is why I say we got to keep this in mind. Okay? I'm here to make y'all brains think, you know, on an HD level, on a 4K level. Okay? It's easier to judge DD&G because he's being who he is. And who he is and can be problematic at times. Like when he preferred to use Halo's lunch money to sponsor 3 black women in getting a liquid BBL. Okay? Or even running his long-haired ass to the internet about their personal problems as if we got power in heaven or hell, girl, to situate their custody issue. Or when he decided to be in a relationship to the quote-unquote love of his life while still choosing to troll his ex-girlfriend. Okay? So it's easier to judge DD because DD&G has put his shit on blast. He's been both his light and his darkness out loud. While Halle has given y'all a Disney princess R&B neo soul superstar. You don't get to hear what that bitch sound like on the phone. You don't get to endure no pillow talk with that bitch. You don't get to know how the hell she really feel about niggas. You don't know. if she a hoe or not. You don't know if she like to pop that pussy, baby. You don't know whether she like threesomes and like to be gang banged. You don't know if she in fact voted for Trump. We don't know. And the gag about it is, remember, you got to do the math. If she was so much more different than DDG, how the fuck did they get here? How the fuck did they make it from not knowing each other to associates to romantic relationship to ushering in their first child if they are so different? You know why? Because people not as different as y'all think they motherfucking asses is. Is usually just, once again, one partner is the covert version of the overt version of the other partner. See, DDG is controlling out loud. It could be possible that Halle is controlling secretly and privately. It could be that DDG is outwardly immature, while it could be possible that Halle is privately immature. Because for them to have ended up here as a thing, and for her to have identified with DDG so deeply and so bad that she put her Disney check on the line, she put her Disney career on the line. Oh, baby, see, that's a math you got to do. You cannot unsee that math. You cannot undo and unsee where that 1 times 1, 2 times 2, 100 times 100 is equaling. You cannot, in good, honest conscience, sit in the chat and say DDG is all a piece of shit and Halle is just sweet nothingness. Because let me tell you something, the moon and the sun are so goddamn different from each other that you rarely ever see the motherfuckers together. That's what truly being different looks like. In this case, bitch, the moon and the sun had a whole quantum entanglement and co-created together. And that suggests that there are more similarities than not in this scenario. Now, this is what I want to get into. And I'm going to drop the link and y'all can sound off, baby, and tell DD and G into smithereens. I'm personally triggered by this situation that's going on between Halle and DD and G because I have now started witnessing a lot of black men in my life go through this with the mother of their children. I am in real time right now witnessing a few black men that I know personally go through exactly what DD&G is describing. Whether what he's describing is the truth or not, I don't fucking know. But what I do know is that what he's describing is something that I'm actually witnessing in real time with real black men in my life are going through with the mother of their children. In real time, I am watching black men who want to be a father, planned on being a father, or active fathers have their kids weaponized against them. Simply because they are no longer in relationship to the mother of that child. I am watching too many black men in this situation having to deal with custody issues, having to deal with communication issues, having to deal with being controlled and micromanaged and are being left with no choice but to do the one thing that everybody always encourages parents to not do, which is get the courts involved. You want the courts to be the last resort. Not the go-to. And you damn sure want this court. You damn sure want this motherfucking court out of your black ass, DEI ass business. Okay? For sure. But there is a reality to what DDG is expressing, even if he personally is not telling the whole truth about his personal situation. What he's describing is a whole reality for lots of black men, and I don't know why, but I do know why. I do know why. Because we have this conversation here all the motherfucking time. And while there definitely is a epidemic of no good, trifling, musky, Bitcoin foot having ass niggas not taking responsibility for the children they co-create and bring into this world, there is also another side to that coin, equally of black women who cannot put aside their personal grievances with their baby fathers to be mature enough to focus and prioritize on the co-parenting aspect. There equally are women who feel so injured and betrayed by whatever took place in the personal relationship, the infidelity, the cheating, the emotional neglect, whatever the fuck the violations have been, and then bleed that into the co-parenting dynamic, which is completely fucked up and out of order and is unfair to the child or children who have nothing to do with what the fuck their parents could and could not work out, and therefore should be afforded at the very least a healthy co-parenting experience. I am watching some of the black men in my life having to beg for pictures, for FaceTime, who are having to beg for personal time with their child, who are being punished by way of the baby mama using the kid when the baby mama doesn't get her way. God forbid the baby daddy has moved on already, is already fucking other people, already got another girl baby. This just escalates the issues. And when DD&G talked about there's a type of conversation that's happening around, and see, and that be the problem. Some of y'all be on this side and that side. The only motherfucking side you should be on as a grown-ass man or woman should be the goddamn truth. If you choosing a side and call yourself grown, and you know how nuanced reality actually is, and you know that anybody can be on the shorter end of reality, whether it's male or female, black or white, gay or straight, you mature in your thinking and prioritize being on the side of the truth. And the truth is, women end up with no good ass niggas, and niggas end up with no good ass women. The truth is, women end up with controlling, immature ass, weird ass men, and men end up with immature, weird ass, emotionally demented and deranged ass women. So when you grown, you side with truth. Not male or female, black or white, but truth. Because all people and both genders have ended up as the victim in these situations and have done their fair share of being the victimizer in these situations. So when DDG spoke about how there's a type of conversation that is happening that almost gives this, there's us and then there's you. You can leave us alone. You can go away from us, that there's almost this he's mine energy from Halle. Let me tell you something, baby. I'm right now in whole social relationships to black men who are going through this with the mother of their children right now. And I have heard the mother of those children verbatim say the exact same thing. We don't need you. We don't need you. So the father no longer has a place in the child's life because, as DDG was hinting to, you've identified yourself as God in this situation. Like he says, it gets thrown in his face that she's the primary, I'm the primary, I'm the primary, I'm the primary. And I am curious to know what's in the underbelly of those statements from Halle. And once again, you don't have to agree with this commentary, because I know a lot of y'all are chewing and lost in the sauce of Haley's image. I'm not. So that's what's going to make my commentary a lot more fluid and a lot more balanced than y'all's commentary. Because, see, y'all think y'all know Halle because of her marketing, when y'all don't really know her. And y'all think y'all have a great understanding of who DDG is based upon what you have been able to see because of his transparency and authenticity in being his full self. But just because Halle exists in the shadows don't mean that I also have attached to that a default innocence to her or a virtue to her. I'm clear about the fact that I don't know who the fuck Halle is because she don't show us who the fuck she is. Therefore, for all the fuck I know, she is everything that his ass is describing and then whatever the fuck he's not describing. Because I only know what the fuck has been marketed to me. I don't know that damn woman enough to know that her baby daddy is the sole problem. As far as I'm concerned, bitch, they both equally could be damn terrorizing each other. They both could be territorial and controlling to one another. Halle does not give us the opportunity to see whatever DDG gets to see because he's the one in intimate relationship to her. The rest of us are not. We're only in relationship to the image. We're not in relationship to the person. And I'm clear about that. So a lot of y'all are going to have to spend y'all time trying to rally and support a image of a person. That's not going to be my fight. I don't have that burden, baby. So I get to be free in my thoughts. I don't have to defend DDG or really defend her. And my brain can just swing from left to right fairly. But what I do know is that even if you remove DDG from this equation, using the situation he's describing and using the situation that he feels he's in is an actual reality for many black men. And there needs to be a conversation around this issue of transitioning out of a relationship and then into co-parenting. Now, once again, as I said, I empathize with both of them because they are a young couple. They both seem to be very excited about being parents. And I'm sure because these are the early stages of Halo's development. He's speaking for the first time. He's walking. That both parents are eager to want to see those moments and to want to witness those moments. And I can see them both honestly contributing to the possessiveness of it all. I don't think that DDG is completely the bad guy in this situation. Halle carried Halo for 9 months. She's a first-time mom. Those two things alone are enough to contribute to a woman wanting to be, even maybe unbeknownst to her, more protective is the word I will use. I can only imagine if I was Halle, what it's like to spend a week away from your son, not to go to bed with him, not to be there when he wakes up. All of your maternal instincts, are going up against the dynamics of their relationship. What do you do with those maternal instincts when he's 7 days with his damn daddy? But all your womanness is still womaning. All your momminess is still momming. It would make sense to me that she maybe is giving him pushback on time. She's being a little bit combative when it comes to custody. The circumstance of her being a first-time mom and her having to be away from her son to the degree of time in which she has to be, I'm sure would naturally arouse her ego and naturally arouse her protectiveness. And the same thing for DDG. He's a first-time dad. And men also have maternal instincts as well. But he's a first-time dad. I remember when Halo, I think, first started walking, DDG, when he stood on his own for the first time. I remember he was eager to capture that once he got a hold of Halo. You already did it for your mama. Now you need to do it here. You need to do it here. I need to see it. So, they both, because they're not together anymore, they're not living together, they're not able to experience Halo in a fluid environment. He has to be over there. He has to be over here. And then when he's not here, you don't get to see and experience a lot of the shit that's happening over there. So I can see them both contributing to the issue of custody, but it seems as though, according to DDG, this is more of an issue for Halle, who, when it's time for him to pull up, she doing the most. She don't want to give him over. Maybe even when Halo is with him, she's got to be around. She wants to be downstairs. She wants to be around. But there's also a darker side to this shit where it seems as though, because she's not with him and she has the means to take care of Halo on her own, it seems to DDG that she's almost saying or behaving as if he's not necessary at all, which DDG is not going to lay down and take that. That's not going to be a war that she's going to win. And it's not a war that's going to be in the best interest of Halo. I feel like something that's lacking in a lot of I feel like a conversation that's lacked when it comes to this whole parenting thing is that men nor women get the right amount of conversation around reality versus idealism, because most of us were just socialized to go run to marriage, expect to be together forever, start a family, get a great education, make a lot of money, but nobody talks about what happens when that doesn't become the case. How does your marriage survive if either one of y'all's economics become compromised due to illness, due to injury, due to a badass job market? Or what happens if you bring forth children and the relationship, the interpersonal relationship to your partner doesn't work out? I don't feel like there's enough emphasis and priority around how to transition that, around the level of maturity that relationships call for, the level of maturity that co-parenting calls for. And my heart goes out to anybody who has to co-parent, because the reason why I don't have no fucking kids is because I could not imagine deciding to have kids with someone and then have to transition emotionally and mentally into co-parenting and keeping at bay all of those personal feelings I have about the individual and about the things that took place in the motherfucking relationship. However, regardless of how bad and raggedy shit was in the relationship, it's something that both parents have to motherfucking own up to and be ready for. Hey, YB, who says that unless they have a custody agreement, DD&G, well, people were saying that they do. They have a personal custody agreement. 1 week on, 1 week off. That DDG has his rights as a father. Haley can't dictate anything. A lot of men need to understand this. You have equal parenting rights unless the court says otherwise. And this is something that women need to understand. I think women sometimes, because they're the ones nurturing the child biologically. They're the ones who are growing this thing in them for months at a time, and that it came out of them, and that it was their bodies that are on the line, that there is a level of ownership that women default to. And it may be more in the unconscious of women than it is a conscious way of thinking. And it usually comes out, unfortunately, when it's breakdown in the relationship. And that's when that unconscious shit of he's mine. We don't need you. There's no we, baby. There's no we. And you can't base the rights of the father on your personal experience of the father. It doesn't matter how bad he was to you. He still is a father. And he still has rights. And you can decide whether he gets what he's owed via your personal permission or through the court's involvement. But either way, ladies, if the man is willing to fight for his, you're ultimately going to be forced to deal with and accept the very thing you are trying not to. You cheated on me is not an excuse to withhold the child from the father. You gave me a STD is not an excuse to withhold the child from the father. You broke, you ain't pay no motherfucking bills. You talked to me like a motherfucking dog. You neglected me. It's not an excuse to withhold the child from the father. You lied to me. You yelled at me. You called me out of my motherfucking name. Unfortunately, are not excuses. And the courts don't give a damn. So unless you can, so unless you can present something to the goddamn court as it relates to how the father is a endangerment directly to the child, you don't have, outside of that, a justifiable, substantive excuse. Well, he's a hoe and he lived with a bitch and he always keeping a different woman. You know what? I can understand the concern in that. But you know why that also doesn't matter? You chose them. And when y'all chose to break up, y'all were able to go back and live in y'all independent realities as you all saw fit. And if that was a reality that was of concern to either party, that was all the more reason, baby, why they both should have put their energy and resources into remaining together or waiting to find a partner who they believed could give them what it is they were looking for relationally. Because I feel like the more fear you have around what could possibly become if we break up should also be the motivations to inspire going to couples counseling. Us really dealing with our issues in a substantive way. Us posturing our relationship to have the best chances of survival as possible. Which is by actually dealing with the issues, bringing in counseling if necessary. But a prospering relationship, we also know, has to start long before two people get together, because it also is rooted in having a healthy relationship to your motherfucking self. And the unfortunate reality is with Halle and DDG and many other couples is that you have a bunch of grown-ass people with a kid mentality doing big boy, big girl things. And then who ends up inheriting all the fuckery and foolishness of it all ends up being the children who have become the co-created product of all the badass life decisions that were made by the parent. And all of the unconscious dumbass choices and behaviors and engagements of the father and the goddamn mother. Y'all know that I'm very hard on parents. I do not believe that people should be bringing kids in the world unconsciously. I do not agree with the ways in which kids come into the world to keep a man, to keep a woman, to keep your ass company, to fulfill your fucking loneliness, to give you something to fucking do. All terrible reasons to have a goddamn kid. I do not agree with the flimsy, raggedy ass way and reckless ass ways in which kids are just ushered into this world. Because a lot of this childhood trauma that a lot of adults grow up with are due to raggedy ass parents who were thinking about themselves instead of what it really meant to bring a child into this world and what level of responsibility and consciousness that requires when you're going to be a teacher to a becoming god and goddess. When you're going to give birth to an interdimensional being. So you got to be clear in yourself in order to even execute that responsibility, that sacred, divine, and supernatural ability correctly. See, a lot of what's going wrong in these relationships, what becomes the frustrations of transitioning out of their relationships, transitioning into co-parenting, really goes back to self and how raggedy motherfuckers are. It is not okay to be having unprotected sex just because you and your man are in love. You and your girl are in love. Because you and your girl fucking unprotected because y'all in love does not mean that y'all are going to have love for the thing y'all create as a result of making love. To have a child, you have to almost literally separate the other person in philosophy. You got to separate all of the other desire, all the other formation. Like, to have a literal fucking kid, to be willing to reproduce, has to be literally a independently unpacked thought and desire. Outside of your ideas of marriage, outside of your ideas of love, outside of your ideas of all of that, has to be something that is independently unpacked and dismantled. To co-create, you have to literally sit in yourself and really marinate in all of the heavy questions about, are you ready for something like this? Because who could be coming through that birth canal? Could be a handicapped person. Did you consider that when you were in your fantasies about being a father or a mother? Who's in that birth canal could be profoundly disformed, have a plethora of health complications that will require you to mother and you to father every day, all motherfucking day for the rest of y'all lives, because that's how much care that soul requires physically. Did you consider, are you ready to be the father and mother of a trans woman, of a trans man, of a gay man, of a lesbian woman? You don't know who the fuck is coming through this birth canal. And if you don't know that, and there's 1,000,001 damn possibilities to consider when it comes to the question of, girl, am I ready? How many more questions should we be getting to the bottom of as it relates to the motherfucker we thinking about sliding the condom off of to have a good time with? I don't think kids should come in the beginning. I think children should be the end result of two people who have taken the time to grow the fuck all the way up intellectually, mentally, and motherfucking emotionally. I think the prospects of having kids is what should inspire us to evolve in life, to prepare for the gift of being a teacher to another divine thing. I think children should be the end result of personal awakenings and heightened levels of self-awareness and heightened states of consciousness. And I think kids should only be birthed as a result of the willingness to be a teacher under all circumstances, after you've considered and made peace with all possibilities about who's coming, who could be coming, and more importantly, should only be done because that decision is one you can live with without the other person. Because your partner may walk the fuck away the minute you conceive. They may walk away the minute that they done drop the last nut on your ass cheek. They may die in the process. Y'all may be divorced. So this is a choice that you have to single-handedly be able to want to make and be able to take responsibility for it, even outside of the concept of us being together. Because you may be left to that responsibility alone. This kid thing has to really be unpacked down to the ground. And I don't see enough motherfucking people really doing the work, which is why I'm not surprised that a lot of kids now and throughout previous generations have been raised in fuckery and foolishness. Women, you cannot withhold the child because it is not just your fucking kid. And if you thought you could do it alone despite the eagerness of the father, bitch, you should have immaculately conceived. Okay? Go and do it alone. Because there are other options you have. It could be immaculate conception. You can go and adopt. There are other avenues if you just want to be the primary parent. I find that rhetoric to be ridiculous. If Halle is saying that to DDG, because what it suggests is that there is a power dynamic that is taking place. That language being used toward a eager, active parent is loaded. Is loaded. It's loaded. And if Halle knows anything about how many niggas are running away from the very thing that DDG is running toward, she would be happy to see that motherfucking man pull up every goddamn day. I'm also not saying that the child is just DDG, because it's not. But the argument that DDG has presented is that Halle is the one struggling to make Halo available, even when it's his time. There's something obviously going on in the underbelly of this, and I don't believe that it's over no nigga. I see those comments in the comment section. Oh, she done moved on, bitch. They both been done moved on. DDG been talking about a son and having a family long before Halle came into the picture. He's always fantasized about being a dad. And she doesn't have to be with him in order to allow him to be that. And I'm not going to ignore the possibility that she's behaving inappropriately just because she's a woman, because I'm watching the women of black men who I know in real time actually do the things that DDG is testifying to experiencing. Because there are women who are behaving just like this. Oh, because you don't serve me anymore intimately and romantically, I don't have any more use for you. And because I can't get over my feelings of disgust with you, I don't want our child to be the reason why I still got to see your face. So could you please leave us alone? Halle doesn't have any more use for DDG. And now she's stuck in a situation, though, where she got to see the motherfucker that she no longer needs, at least for the next 18 years. And she don't like it. And what some women do when they want the man out of the picture is that they will try to stress the man, complicate the man's involvement in his kid's life in an attempt to exhaust him and finally run his ass up off the plug. Because some black women believe and hold a belief that black men really don't want to be involved anyway. So if I just antagonize this process, if I just aggravate him enough, he'll be the no good ass, absent ass father that I believe he really want to be any goddamn way. They will intentionally be frustrating and annoying and problematic as a way to get the father to move the fuck on. I'm watching it in real time. I got a man in my life very dear to me. I'm not going to say who he is because I don't want nobody all up in his motherfucking business. But do y'all know that, and see, this is where the problematicness comes into play, and then I'm going to drop the link. This particular couple, they weren't even a couple when they got pregnant. They were just fuck buddies. One fuck buddy got pregnant. Boom. The man in this situation, just like DDG, being wanting to have, always wanted to have kids, always wanted to be a father. This has been his dream. He didn't give a fuck how he got it, baby. Okay, he didn't give a fuck how he got it, baby. Just a child, give it to me any kind of way, baby. That was going to be his fantasy of life. But the woman was fucking the man in this situation in an attempt to get the pussy to transmute into a ring. She had extracurricular feelings for the fuck buddy. The fuck buddy was always clear that he didn't want that from her. He was good on a friendship and good on sex. But she continued to project her own fantasies and lead from her own projections and act from her own projections. So instead of just stop fucking him, because he wasn't going to give her what she wanted, she continued to fuck him in hopes that continuing to fuck him would eventually lead to the relationship she wanted. So now the child gets here. The man still don't want her ass relationally. What does she do? She gets petty. All of a sudden now, she wants to be a full-time parent. Mind you, she already got 3 other fucking kids that she don't even raise. She don't even take care of. All her other kids are being raised by their father. But because holding on to the child that she had with the man, it still gives her proximity to the man she wants. But because she really didn't want to be a mother, being a mother was just a means to an end to keep the motherfucking man, what does she end up doing with her fair share of the custody? She ends up neglecting the goddamn child. So when the man would get his child, on his weekends, on his weeks, the baby would come back to him with big butt bites, rashes, be reasonably injured in various ways. You know why? Because she didn't want to fucking be a mother. And she was only holding on to her fair share of custody because it allowed her to intercept with the man. Oh yeah, CPS got involved. The man had to eventually end up going to fucking court, getting the courts involved. At one point, she tried to weaponize CPS against his motherfucking ass. Falsely. because he wouldn't give her the relationship. So when she would get wind he was with other women, she would then try to weaponize the child and then try to file fake CPS claims on him to push him out of the kid's life because she knew that was his Achilles heel. That was her only way of being able to hurt him, was by weaponizing the child. And I'm witnessing loads of black men in my life end up in this situation. One of the guys in my life, the only time his baby mama want to even talk to him is when she want him to buy some shit for the baby. But she don't want to let him see the baby. She don't want to let him keep the baby. She don't want him to even be involved outside of being a paycheck and a sponsor to the child. The damn man almost took his motherfucking life, not being able to be around his fucking kid. And this is the fucked up way in which some women believe they can operate. This is emotional violence. It's mental violence. And even beyond the father, it's violent to the kids. And what I don't understand about women who can withhold the children from the father is how you believe you can scratch and claw at the father's custody without it equally simultaneously injuring the goddamn child. Because when you are the parent, there's nothing the other parent can do to you that is not being done to the child. So while you think you are only targeting the father, you're not. You're targeting the father and his kids. When you think you're only targeting the mother, you're not. You're targeting the mother and the mother's kids. There's nothing you can do to the father that you're not doing to the fucking children. Nothing. And if you cared about the child having the equilibrium of both masculine and feminine, having the equilibrium of both identities in his life, both lineage in his life, both loving contribution to his life or her life, there's no way that you could be so selfish and egotistical to cut that umbilical cord while claiming that you love and want what is best for the children. Because what's always best for the children is for them to have equal access to their mothers and fathers, especially if the mother and father is not an endangerment to them directly. There's no excuse for this behavior. There are explanations. Like I said, I can empathize. I can only imagine what Halle feels because she's the mother. Of course, she's protective of Halo. She carried him. She birthed them. She has a unique connection to her son. DDG has a unique connection to his son. The feelings are understandable. The desire on both of them to want to hog Halo, or the feelings around missing Halo when he's not around, being concerned about Halo when he's not around, Halo outside of both of their supervision when he's in the other's custody. All these are understandable feelings, but they cannot rule the intellect. They cannot rule. And too often times, we as a people allow ourselves to be governed based upon our feelings rather than our understanding of right and wrong. And because we don't have enough emotional discipline to do what's right mentally and intellectually, we end up fucking shit up because of our emotionality. We end up fucking other people up because of our emotionality. So I'm going to drop the link, and I'm going to remind y'all before y'all get up here, as a disclaimer, you do not know Halle. So you don't know how much truth is or isn't in what DDG has shared to the internet. All that you know is her image. All you know is the marketing behind her image. You do not know her. So don't come up here acting like you do, because you don't. You do not fucking know Halle. And yeah, I'm just going to ask you to keep that in mind. Dazzle, hi.
Hey, boo, how you doing?
I am awesome. I know that DDG and Halle are not awesome at this very moment. What do you think about what's going on?
Okay, it's a few things. For one, I do feel like at the end of the day, even if you guys are not on good terms, that has nothing to do with the relationship between him and his child. At any given point, if he wants to see his child, he should be able to see his child in their situation. Now, with me personally, I'm not gonna lie, like you really touched me in my situation. I don't even know when to begin with this, but I'm gonna just keep it short and cute.
Mm-hmm.
When I realized that sometimes a man is not the problem, like for instance, my husband, without saying too much, when we first met, his twins, the mother was hiding them. And for months, he was begging to see them, and he did not know where they were. And when I mean he cried on his birthday when I first met him, and he would ask and he would talk to me and share to me these details. The first thing I said was, well, what did you do? You know, I don't know everything. I'm like, okay, so you must have did something. Because you're telling me everything about her, but you're not telling me what you did. So that's how I approached it. Right. And then, you know, going down the line one day, we're still together. One day we get a call from his baby mama, and apparently his kid is with her friend. And matter of fact, let me rewind it back. We met her friend. We seen her friend at a liquor store.
And make sure to condense it, baby, because we got a lot of people up here.
I mean, I know. Just to condense it, what I'm trying to say is, I don't even want to go through the whole story. What I'm really trying to say is, because my baby daddy's, I said my baby daddy, because my husband's baby mama felt like he did not want to be with her, but he wanted to co-parent. She felt like, well, if you don't like me, you don't want to be with me, then you don't need these kids. So she secretly gave the twins up to her friend, and the hood adoption start like basically illegally signing his name on paperwork and stuff like that. He didn't even know, right? And it took something bad to happen and for her to fall out with her friend over tax money, because the whole time they was milking these kids for money, for her to even tell him. It took for us to go to like basically the court and everything just to get these kids now. And just for, I mean, because she literally just threw the kids away, like literally. So when you were talking about it, like it really touched me, because I'm a living example of it. I have full custody of my twins, of my step twins, because she literally threw them away. But now she wants to be a mom. Like, how do you play with kids like that? Like, she just played with them.
Yep. All right.
So,
Hold on to that thought. Let me get some other people up in here to sound off. C Matt, welcome to the platform. Or what are your thoughts?
Hey, I just wanted to say, so I just had to go and look around to see some of the background of this particular issue. And I saw people saying that the baby was sick, that Halle and the baby were sick. And then they came out and said that she has RSV. I guess she put it on her Snapchat. I haven't had Snapchat in years, so I can't verify that. But they're saying that she and the baby have Snapchat, and the issue was that he was trying to come over to Halle's house. I think that's much needed context, and that changes the conversation, because number one, with RSV is similar to COVID. You really do need to quarantine. It's also really bad on the babies. Like, it had my child in the hospital with pneumonia. So
I think
I think
that's it though. Like that's all the more reason why he would want to see.
I mean, if she's
Willow.
but the thing is that him being over there, right, is not necessarily going to
The reason why
change
I
the
can't accept that
situation.
is, the reason why I can't accept that is because we all know if the shoe was on the other foot, Haley would have been running her ass over there,
And she would have had.
And there is nothing that DD&G could have done to convince her that she needed to keep her ass at home.
But she would have had to stand down. And this is what I'm going to say to this.
She might not have stood down because
whether she would have or not is not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
hold on, see that, because remember, this is the same woman that had to apologize to DD&G over the Kaisenat situation when she, had caused all that online stir. Because it's funny that we're only clocking DD&G, but Halle.
But she apologized.
Hold on. Halle also has been in her feelings. This ain't the first time that we have seen kind of this concept of her being controlling and her having to apologize for doing too much, micromanaging, not realizing that she's not the only parent, she's not the only person that has a say-so, and that she chose this man and he gets to do as he pleases with his part of his son just as she does. And then what he did, because he mentioned it today that he has protected her image, what he did when she did that is he came to the internet and he told everybody to hold off on their criticisms. And, he chose to be understanding, and he chose to just, whatever. He played nice, he played coy, he protected her in all of this. But I'm making a point that this ain't the first time that we have actually seen this in action.
And
that situation was very revealing about
that's true. But at the same time, what she saw from that video, yes, she had cause for alarm. Should she have handled it the way she did? Absolutely not. She should have came to him privately, because it was his parenting time, and that's not something that you bring to the internet. But my problem is DDG is doing the exact same thing, and this is not the first time that he has done it. When he has an issue, he airs his grievances on the internet, and neither one of them are acting in the best interest of the child. And so this is why my advice, which is the same advice I give any of my clients when they start doing this, and this is the reason why I hate family law, is I don't know what type of agreement they have, if they have it legally in writing and stamped and all of that, but this is where you have to go ahead and get it in writing, because the internet can't help you. As many in the comments have said, the internet can't help you. If anything, it is only going to make the situation worse. It is only going to make the parenting situation worse, which ultimately falls upon the child and makes it worse for the child. You need to have the best cooperative arrangement that you can have for the child. So in this situation, you need to make sure you have something in writing, because coming to the internet and putting this on blast, he can tell he told the world to leave her alone then. He sure did, Medusa. But what do you think is happening now? Y'all were doing it in the comments, calling her evil, saying her energy bad, all this other kind of stuff, because he brought this to the internet. It's the same thing. You can say it, but then you turn around and you do it again with your actions. Both of them are immature. He's the older, which is crazy, but both of them are reacting immaturely and not handling this that is in the best interest of the child.
I want to respond to Lex. You are wrong, Lex, who says her feelings were valid. She didn't apologize for how she felt. She apologized for coming to the internet. No, she apologized for coming to the internet and how the fuck she felt. Quote, yesterday, maybe I did overreact and shouldn't have brought it here. I know that Halo is always safe with his dad. I just don't like finding out with the rest of the world what my baby is doing. See all of that microaggressiveness in that? So just like DDG feels he should be entitled to see his son. If his son is sick, he should be able to be a concerned father. He should be able to be an involved father. And if he wants to risk ending up on a respirator as well, that's the respirator's risk he's willing to take. But it's equally going on Halle's side as well, which is why I said, see, baby, I'm like an elephant. I remember motherfucking history. She's addressing her own micromanaging behavior, her own controllingness, and we can't remove this from this packet, which is why I said DDG and Halle seem to be doing the same thing, but the reason why it looks like only one of them is doing it is because DDG is more publicly available to be observed and judged and critiqued because he's always on a camera being who he is, while Halle lives in the shadows of the public. Now, I think the proper way, and this is why you got to have folk that really, that's why you got to have seasoned folk around you. Instead of running to the internet, what DDG should have did is ran his ass to a therapist. Somebody should have told him, you and Halle have a long way to go when it comes to trying to figure out the balancing act between yourself and Halo. And only your therapist is going to be able to help you to get the tools that are to build the tools, create the tools necessary for you to be able to live with the feelings that you have when you're not around your son, and or when it comes to being able to keep at bay your feelings of wanting to micromanage, or your feelings of wanting to overstep your boundaries. A therapist will teach you and help you to understand what your boundaries should look like, what healthy boundaries are. And Halle should equally be in therapy for that as well, because whether it's playing out on the internet or not, it's playing out in real life. So they both need the help. They both need the resources. And they both have to go within themselves to cultivate that, because running to the internet is not going to solve it, but also doing nothing about it, like Halle is doing, ain't going to resolve it either. They both have to get up off their ass and go sit and talk to somebody. I want to welcome Akaju niece to the platform.
Yeah, right this time. You hear me?
Yeah, I told you I'm gonna get it right. I'm gonna get it right.
Oh, you can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you loud and in color.
Okay. So I'm very much of like he just need to go on and just go to the court about it, especially if it's been going on as long as he say. He just go
Hold
on.
on 1 minute before you get started. To Lexi's point about postpartum,
Yeah, she does have it.
While that's unfortunate, still not an excuse, and all the more reason why she need to be in fucking therapy. See, there's nothing that's going to be able. Hold on. There's nothing that's going to be able to excuse Halle's behavior. It's a way to understand her behavior, but they ultimately is no excuse. And when we use the explanations for the behavior to justify the actual behavior, what does that end up fucking doing? It ends up creating the problem we have now, where you have one parent having to do what? Revolve and like to revolve around subjective shit. Her feelings are subjective. Whatever postpartum is creating in her mind and creating in her emotional state, while that is rough, while that can be hard, that can be devastating, whatever is showing up in her personal postpartum experience should not be something that bleeds over into DDG's experience. Because if that's going to be the dynamic, she's equally going to have to be willing to forfeit what she is objectively entitled to consider his feelings whenever his feelings get to boiling up about whatever. When he gets depressed, when his money ain't right and he just wants to cuddle up with his son or have more time with his son because he's going through complications in other areas of his life, and being able to have Halo around soothes him. Is she supposed to accommodate that? Is she supposed to say, oh, okay, you can have him for another week on top of the week that you have? Her feelings, she's going to have to take to a professional to treat and to help her with. They cannot create a relationship, a co-parenting dynamic that revolves around their feelings from moment to moment and their issues from moment to moment. The kid has to be completely separated from that. The kid has to be looked at as existing in a totally independent bubble from all of the bullshit of both the parents. But when they try to use their personal bullshit to justify their ownership of Halo, that's when they're going to get into all of this. And that's when they're going to be at odds. And that's when the fuckery and the foolishness of it all comes into play. And that's what the fuck I mean by too many fucking Americans are emotionally driven and emotionally led and think because they feel. Fuck your feelings. You should have used your feelings to not have the kid. You should have used your feelings to not be a fucking mother. You should have used your feelings to not be a father. You should have used your feelings to not have even done this to begin with. But now we're here. Now we're here, and y'all are having to grow up and don't like it. And don't like it. But like it or love it.
So I'm personally,
oh, and this is a response to Lexi and not you, boo. But go ahead. It's your time to shine.
I know. I was just going to elaborate on what I think she was saying, because when this happened and he came to tell him to chill out, because it was all on the live stream by his friends making fun of her and shit like that, talking shit. And he was just like, no, y'all, she has postpartum depression. The only reason why we know that is because of DDG. So I think that's what she was saying. He knew that and still, put his stuff on the internet, knowing that she's dealing with all this and while being sick with her baby. I think that's what Lex was trying to say, because I saw a comment before that saying that. So I understand. Yes, I'm just going to say I'm not.
But I think that's what his frustrations are, as well as that he has realized, and maybe somebody needs to make him aware of this, that because he initially tried to be that guy in this relationship, like, oh, let me accommodate all the emotions. Now he done created a programming on Halle's part where she expects that accommodation, but now because his own attachments to Halo are evolving, he does not want to per se continue to accommodate her in that way, because it also bleeds over, because he ain't just talked about her being sick and all of that. He's also talking about in instances where it's his fucking time. And these issues are coming up where he's having to fight with her to even get his fucking time. And that even with his time, she still wants to be around for half of the damn time.
Yeah, Alexa, I don't think no one's saying that's an excuse. And having that doesn't make you unstable. You can't have postpartum depression until you have a baby. I don't think people go into half the time. Most people don't realize they have
And what
postpartum
people don't even
depression
and what
until
people
years
don't
later.
speak about, and what people don't speak about too, is the fact that fathers experience postpartum as well. Postpartum in men is also a whole real life thing while we're on the postpartum discussion.
I was just putting out that I'm not
Yeah,
personally.
because Alexa keeps stating things about if her being in psychosis and if she's mentally unstable. And I think that's a dangerous rhetoric as someone who has experienced and had previously had postpartum depression and anxiety and received therapy and medication for it. That is a very dangerous narrative put out there. And it's not accurate.
But in order to be fair, a lot of terrible things have happened to kids.
Well, but see, that is where the psychosis comes from.
Hold on.
She's putting that on her, and we don't know that that's true.
But it's a lot of things being said on here that we don't know are true. So this is an open forum. And so everybody can speak about their untruths and their assumptions, etc. Because it's a commentary. If Halle is not getting her postpartum treated, there is a conversation to be had about whether how stable she is, because a lot of women have disposed of their kids dealing with postpartum. A lot of women have disposed of themselves while dealing with postpartum. So postpartum is not a poetic unfolding of femininity. It is not pretty. It is not a beautiful thing, and it has driven people to drown their fucking kids in the tub. It has driven people to take their own lives. All of that is a part of the conversation. So we're not going to isolate any part of the conversation just to once again low-key try to cap and cape for Miss Halle.
No, I was just
if y'all gonna talk about it, then motherfucker talk about it.
We're just saying that's what he told us, and that was the point of me saying that and me explaining like how that's I get it that your man can go into. I never said that a man couldn't go through it. I'm saying what he said. DDG is not going through that. I'm just saying what he said.
We don't know what he's going through because he hasn't articulated that. And I was just making the point that in this conversation that once again, it is for the women, it's only revolving around supporting the woman. I'm here to support the facts. And the facts are both men and women experience postpartum. And because DD and G is just a stupid ass young rich nigga, I'm sure he doesn't even know that male postpartum even exists. And for all he knows, that's also what he's going through. Because this isn't the first time that he's talking about.
Based on what he said. I'm just going on based on what he said. That's all I know.
I know, but I also don't want you to take my commentary as directed toward you. I'm just responding to the conversation as a whole. So
yeah, I know that. I know that
DD and G needs to also look into postpartum. He needs to take his ass to therapy because he also may be battling that as well, which is complicating the situation. He the one who said that Halle is experiencing or shared, that he knows she's going through postpartum. I don't know if she's in treatment for that, but so that's a whole conversation. But for everything that's being said about DD and G, I'm making the case has been displayed in one way or another, in some form or another, by Halle as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not sure having a conversation rooted in just making DD and G the bad guy is really going to be productive when there's enough things that have happened publicly that imply enough about them both to come to the conclusion that they both probably are contributing to the issues that they are experiencing.
Okay, so me continuing on about this because I was just going on clarifying. I was like, I'm only going based on what I've seen and what I saw over the years from both of these people. Okay, so I'm just going based on what the other one said about the other one said by the other, what was cleared up about it. So when it comes to this specific situation, like I was saying earlier, he should, if he has all this, that's what, I don't know who was saying it before I was, or the lady who left, but he just need, if this, all of it's what he's saying is true, then he needs to go ahead and just go to the courts and go to professionals and just get it over with and done with. Both of y'all have the funds to get this over amicably. Y'all always, for what they were saying, what I've been shown on the internet from both of them is that one gets them for some days and the other one gets it some days, and they kind of alternate between when and when. What I'm saying, okay, is if he knows that they have a system, and sometimes, one time's gonna have it on this holiday, or she won't have his birthday over here. He's only one. Is he like only one? He's not even 2 yet, is he? I don't think he's 2.
He just turned 1.
Yeah, he just turned 1. So I was like, he just got here. So it's not much really going on right now besides talking, learning 1, 2, 3s and stuff. So what I'm saying, I guess what other people are saying, the same thing that Halle has done, is blowing little things out of proportion. And you say because of the control thing on both sides. I feel like he knows this. This is not his, I think this is like his 3rd time doing this. He knows that his fan base is large, just like hers, right? He knows that we already, people I never had, because I already knew, especially when her and Chloe were on Snapchat, harassing this nail stylist or whatnot, and then fucked her and her mama. I was like, I already seen the mean girl antics from Haley, and Chloe. So it's like, it's not even like, we're just attached. I'm not speaking nobody else up here. Me personally being attached to this so-called good girl energy. I say, if you've been following her years, both of them are very sassy. They be popping that mouth. I don't know where people get this good girl thing coming from, but I guess people who were introduced to her by Disney. I get it, because that was her biggest thing, So he's already came out and said, I'm just going based off of what already happened. Before, I think right before the baby was born or right after the baby was born, he already said that he sabotaged her, got her pregnant on purpose. Okay, so I just want to take into account all of this. It's like he knew what he was doing, what he was after her for, got her with a baby. She was willingly, because she did pop that coochie, because, most little church girl image thing, they'd be the freakiest ones anyway. So that didn't surprise me. It was a surprise that she got with him, but I'm like, okay, well, I didn't even know about this blue face thing. This is really gagging me. I was gagging the chat. I didn't even say anything. I was like, she was with Krishan? Oh, wow. So she really is like this. So when it came to him bringing this to the internet, I feel like he's done this to his exes. He brought up his ex's miscarriage in a song, and she went off about it. And then his fan base attacked her, because he is red pill community adjacent, which plays a part in that. And I was like, he's done this way too many times for me personally to give him slack, because he has brought up or threw a tantrum with his other streaming friends when they had their baby mom issues, coming to the internet knowing that we're going to tear your ass apart. You know that, right? And then when shit gets too wild, or he's like, okay, or when she gives in, because like he said in the audio, she gonna give it to me now. She gonna make me see him now, because he's done this before. Him and his streaming friends have done this before, especially when you are a 24-hour type of streamer. You see everything. So I remember.
But that's her type, as Ayla says. Halle said in the interview that she likes hood guys.
Yeah, she has.
She likes clowns, and he like girls that like clowns.
Yeah. That's like I've never been personally shocked when I was like, they have done, her and her sister have done some mean girl shit to other people. They've been on YouTube for a long time. I remember seeing them on YouTube for a long time ago, but when they had like little short dreads and they was itty bitty and they was girl, please. I was like, I wasn't really that shocked. I was just like, okay, DDG.
And I also just kind of want to move past. I mean, like, I know that we got to use them as a catalyst, but also like, what about this concept of women withholding the child because they feel like He came out of me. He's mine. He's mine. He's mine. You were just a second-ranked character in this whole situation. He's mine. And hold on. And this conversation around women using maybe some of the things they felt personally happened to them in their relationship as a justification to withhold the kid. I'm gonna circle back around to you, Aka. I'm gonna get Arumas in here because I want to make sure that everybody get their initial rocks off. Arumas.
Okay.
Because you went right to where I was going. Because like honestly, to me, I always like see the bigger picture outside of just who, you know what I mean, the topic is about per se. And I just want like, I feel like a lot of women, you know, we know that in the comments actually, like it's trauma bonding going on right now. Like, um, I think women are so used to men not being present that when you actually have a man that wants to be present, like they always want to like clown, like villainize that. Like it's weird as fuck to me that he may have some clown boy behavior, but why is everybody upset with this man for wanting to be a fucking parent when we don't have enough men wanting to be fucking parents as it is? That's in itself some weird ass shit to me. Like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. I too have men in my life, in my family, and just people that I know that are raising children, like single fathers that went through hell and went to, like, you know, did everything they needed to do to get their children because they had some petty ass, immature, selfish ass women that birth children only out of not out of love, not out of commitment to be a parent, to humanize that child, to put the best interest of that child first before their own, but as a possession to weaponize or against that man. That shit happens all the time. Just like we want to sit back as parents, women, how we want to sit back as mothers, and for whatever reason, I never understood, even in my childhood, I never understood why people feel like mothers are more important than fathers. They're not. This thing that the value of having a mother, and I understand that women, we are the ones majority of the times that are left holding the bag, but we play a part in that if we can be honest. If anyone, any mother that's listening to this can be honest, we play a part. We have all played a part in becoming a single parent. And we don't seem to take enough accountability, or if at all, any accountability for that. And I think we need to check ourselves for real. And we need to hold each other accountable as women and mothers. We need to hold each other accountable for this bullshit. Because it ain't just a man. Like, I love my sister. I was just talking a few minutes ago. But even in your, which you have a right to your opinion, but even in your dialogue, it was coming off like it was reminding me how people used to do with Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. You know, like, oh, he's the downfall of her. He's doing this to her. He da 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 da. No, Halle is a fucking Aries. I'm an Aries. I can tell you one thing about us. Sis. I could tell you one thing about us. We are reactors. We don't think. It takes discipline. We have to learn how to think. We're reactors before anything. Okay, like it's just, it comes off natural. I noted this, and I don't even follow her. I seen bits and pieces, but I know her character just based upon, she's my little zodiac sister. Like, I know part of her character. It is not uncommon for her to jump out the fucking window without a parachute and give thought about it while the fuck she's falling down. That's part of her nature. Not to dismiss and take nothing away from him, but that's part of her nature. We are very possessive when it comes to what is ours. I know that this is so common with women that we feel like our children are ours. They're more ours than they are the father's, which I think that's just dumb. We
Oh, I was
cannot
gonna
have it
say,
both ways. Hmm?
I was like, because I said, I was like, I guess I said, I wasn't saying that she was his downfall per se. He said it himself that he was going to fuck her shit up.
No. I was responding to what you were saying, how he got her pregnant.
No, because I only said
How
that because he explained it. That's what he said.
but
He
what
said,
I'm
I had to
saying
put
is
a baby in you type shit.
he didn't trick her. He didn't
No.
manipulate her. No, I was this. Listen, hear what I'm saying. This is like I said. You are entitled to your own opinion. But I say, listen, like for real. The verbiage that we use, even in what we insinuate, because we do that so often when it comes to men, when it comes to being a parent, right? When it comes to these
Mhm.
men, it's like we don't even know that consciously we are saying things that puts the power in the hands of the man when that ain't even the fucking case. It's like he couldn't have got her pregnant. He couldn't have been like she was a willing participant, which you did acknowledge, but she was a willing participant. He didn't have to manipulate her. He didn't have to trick her or anything in between. She wanted that baby just as much as he wanted to give her one. Trust and belief.
Yeah. Yeah. And
And
yeah,
she
we do
kept
get along.
and she kept going back to him. Like the
Yeah.
thing that Halle doesn't have working on her side is the fact that if y'all know what he said, then it means that she know what the fuck he said too.
That's why we
And
was me
and
personally, that's why I
and
was dragging her.
and she remained with him, which is why I am going to stand on the fact that it seems to me 0 times 0 is equaling 0 in this equation. It's two fucking zeros that are going head up. And it really could be the fact that Halle could be a covert narc and DDG is a overt fucking narc. And what we're seeing is the power dynamics of two fucking narcissists going head up. And of course, the child is the classic weapon for both narcissistic parents to have their mobility in, or neither one of them could be narcs, but just immature as fuck. And both of their egos, because they also are wealthy, rich, privileged, successful people independently, are just clashing at a time where they both need to be softer intellectually and emotionally because they are creating a shared experience for their son. I mean, who fucking really knows what the fuck is really going on in this situation? But
Yeah.
I find it interesting that if a father wanted to come see about his sick son, that I mean, it was his risk to take. I mean, he's the fucking father, for God's sakes. And I'm not
Yeah.
sure that I would be doing anything less than DD&G if I found out. Like, I mean, if the illness or whatever the fuck it is as bad as they say that it is, then I mean it makes his eagerness and his plight even fucking stronger, not lesser in my book.
Yeah, I mean, it was a way
Yeah.
that she could have, like on both ends. I agree with you. Counseling needs to be had, but parenting classes need to be held as well. Like, I feel like she could have given him some type of paperwork, whether it was through email, sent through text message, or whatever the case may be, with the diagnosis on there. You know what I'm saying? For him to have a better understanding, like, because we don't know. You know what I'm saying? And she could have did some of these things and he still tried to go over there. I just don't think that it's fair that it's like we have a right, again, because we're the ones that carry the seed. Like, we have this right. We have more ownership, or like it shouldn't even be ownership, but like as if it's a possession. Like, this is more of mine than it is yours, when that's not the case. I don't understand how we want men to step up, be fathers, be active and present in their child's lives, but then we turn around when we the few that we do have, we want to criticize them. We want to criticize them, and that's weird. And I don't know why everybody's feeling some kind of way about him running to the internet. Now, I did write down, like, I don't think he should have gone to the internet for several reasons, but at the same time, it's crazy to think he's not. He's a whole content creator.
Yeah.
That's what they do. And she knows this. So to feel like, oh, the baby shouldn't be on camera or anything like that, that's ridiculous. I think that a lot of times, and I do it too, and I have to correct myself at times, a lot of times we project what we feel, what we shouldn't do, what we wouldn't do onto others. What I eat don't make nobody else poop. If they are okay with it, that's their business. The good thing about it, why I had to sit back like, okay, yeah, he shouldn't have, but this helps us have the conversation.
Yeah,
The
he
difficult
does.
conversation of holding each other accountable, which we need to start doing. Like, I want us women, because we don't, like, everybody really was ready to, like, and some people would just went in already, just dragging him, like, and that's not fair. I'm not saying
I
he's
feel
innocent, but
yeah,
it
I
ain't
think
fair
the
that
reason
nobody's
why
like, as a whole, we're not giving her the same. And like when people do give it to her, y'all make it about everything else but the fact of the matter about the child. Y'all, everybody want to talk about how he's beneath her. This that shit that don't even matter.
Yeah.
Instead of just sticking to the facts of what's going on that's not helping, you know what I'm saying? They gotta move on. And I do believe for those that feel like you can't get nothing, you ain't gonna get nothing positive by coming to the internet. I call bullshit, because every fucking time I come on YouTube and click on fucking conscious links, I gain something. So the internet does not always fail people. It's
Well,
what you choose to engage in.
I will say to that, of course, talented content creators like myself are going to always be able to make useful the junk, but I have to agree that, like, I don't feel like our personal business should be like content, because at the end of the day, he's only going to end up backtracking, like everybody said, and telling everybody to lay the fuck up off of her after he used the public like he did the last time. Well, no, he didn't really do it the last time. She came forward and apologized, whatever it may be. But, you know, like, it's just like,
yeah.
just keep it at home. Like, keep it at home. This ain't got nothing to do with us. At the end of the day, we not in the group chat. I ain't never had to breastfeed Halo in my life. So I don't know why you're here talking to us unless it's secretly. And he kind of said it, you know, really, I am trying to put the pressure on her ass, because I feel like coming here and pretty much exposing her bullshit because she's so image conscious, because she's so image centered, like her master Beyonce, that I know this will rush her ass to correct her behavior, because she ain't gonna want to put up with my ass putting her motherfucking ass on blast. So he's using the most convenient, like, kryptonite he has against her, which is her attachment to her public image, as a way for him to get her to correct, you know, herself as it relates to this, which, even if that would work, is still completely inappropriate, because at the end of the day, like, grow the fuck up. Like, at the end of the day, don't do this to the mother of your child. Don't do this to Halo, and don't do this to yourself, and don't put yourself in a position to have to say sorry fucking later. The courts do exist. I'm sure you have her mama on speed dial, her daddy on speed dial, her sister Chloe on speed dial. If you got to pull together a private intervention, if you got to once again get the courts involved, there's a lot of other alternatives to sit up there and say, oh, I know what else to do. Get your therapist on the line. It's what you could do. Get your dad on the line. Go talk to somebody with some wisdom about how the fuck they would have dealt with this, because grandma and granddaddy had to navigate these type of things and didn't have a social media to do so. So social media wasn't necessary, and it ain't gonna solve shit. And it's just gonna end up being something that embarrasses Halo at the end of the fucking day, who I'm sure is already gonna be embarrassed enough by the fact that his parents are public figures, and, you know, the shit that they're going to do publicly, but then to be fighting and bringing in the personal family business into the equation, like, it's just not necessary. However, that isn't the bigger picture, you know, either. The bigger picture is, we apparently have one parent trying to alienate the other parent from the kid. And there are some people who believe that that's okay, because, as we're seeing in the comment section, some people are saying, well, she probably doesn't like the fact that he always putting the kid on camera. And you think that that's a justifiable reason for why DDG should not have custody of his kid? Oh, well, she got postpartum, and you think that that's a justifiable reason for her not to, you know, for him not to have his kids? Or, you know, it's just like all this dumbass shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, because at the end of the day, he's a father, and that's his fucking kid, and she could not have had him without his ass. And you don't get to switch up now that you over the nigga. You don't get to switch up and just boot the other parent out because you over the other individual. That's not how co-creating together fucking works, unfortunately. You're stuck. You're stuck with the end result. You're stuck. And you gotta be a big girl and a big boy about it.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that he just had him from looking off on the internet. He just had him not too long ago, and they're saying, from what I'm looking at, they're saying that this was her week. He already had him like 4 days ago last week, and he ended up getting sick during that process. And they said that might be another reason why she's like, nah, he was over there again. He keeps getting sick type shit. And saying that he's not being withheld. It hasn't been months because he was literally just over there with his son. And people are saying that, like you said, they're both doing this little tit for tat thing. It was like I was saying earlier, it's like, nigga, we just saw you with your son a few days ago, earlier this week. So
But
it's like, how is she? Exactly. So he said, I don't have, but he doesn't have him from over 72 hours, like he says, right? So I don't know. He never streamed him the whole week. I've only seen him stream him like a day or two. So I believe that he's telling the truth on that part, because I've never seen him, because he's one of those stream for hours, like a full-time streamer type shit. So it's like you would have definitely seen the kid around. But as a person,
I'm not sure like why people are using him recently having his kid as a way to try to understand what he is talking about as a whole that he's been going through for a very long time. Like
I'm just going and breaking it down.
I think that there's a lot of possession that the man, because this part, I keep waiting for this to come up. When you're not with that man anymore and you just had a baby, it kind of feels like a gotcha. And Conscious, you just said it. You're stuck. You're stuck. That is not a good feeling. That is not a good place to be when you just gave birth to something that cannot take care of itself. You are responsible for, and the person you created it with has got you in a gotcha. And I don't care nothing about no postpartum. I don't know nothing about it. I did not experience it, but I have experienced being a first-time mother, and I have experienced being on the outs with the father at a very early stage. And we went back and forth in court as a result until we finally figured it out, right? Anyways, being that feeling of being stuck ain't nothing to play with. And then I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the final push or the fact that we carried the child for 9 months, but that is the most protective person I have ever experienced myself being protective of. And I'm very protective naturally of children and the elderly. But when it comes to my own, I don't play to this day. Mine is 19 years old, and that protection level is still over the top. And he's been having a relationship with his dad on his own since he was 9 years old. Navigating when the child is this young and this dependent, and you're trying to establish routines and a steadiness, and the two of you live so vastly different. I think that that is what's contributing to what seems to be control. But the fact of the matter is, as a mother, you have to control shit. You have to regulate things. It sounded to me in the dialogue that you were reading, or when you were playing his video, that this dude showed up to her house and the child is sick. Ain't no sick child coming up out my house. I understand that you're the dad, but he's home with his mother. I am also sick as a result of him being sick. And now is being told that the child got sick at your house and you popping up. It sounds like he popped up on her. What you want me to do with that, sir? But promptly ask you to leave. I'm sick right now and I'm taking care of a sick baby. I am busy, I'm overloaded, and you and your emotions are now about to cause an issue for me. I'm not denying that you the daddy. Everybody know you the daddy. What that got to do with anything? Right now, I'm dealing with what I am dealing with. And you're not about to pop up on me and take nothing out this house. You ain't taking a shoe, a hat, and damn sure not a child. When I'm trying to get my child back into
It don't
recovery
sound like
mode.
he popped up. From the way that he was describing, it sounded like the plan was for him to come get Halo, and then
No,
he's
that's not
saying
what I heard.
because he's no.
It's not. That's not happened.
I'm going to tell you
Okay, so how did he just
I'll
have the
tell you what he
child
said
and now he's back in her house
because
and
he
he's
also said that he planned his entire day around us. They don't even live close together, and he was mad that it seemingly that there was an agreement and that he committed to doing what he was going to do, only to get there, and she switched up. And that was only one of many instances of what's been happening between him and her as it relates to custody, where there are these agreements in place and he does his part, and then it's always something else that takes place once it's time to act on the agreement.
all of that is fine. I don't know these people. I don't know nothing about it. What I'm talking about is from my experience, and that's very same thing. My child being sick, him picking him up, taking him to the mother who does completely different treatments than I do. I don't want my son on all these medications and things of that nature. She promptly goes and give him stuff that I said, do not give him. This is how I have it laid out. This is what I would like. My child can't fend for himself. He can't say no because he was just too young at that time. You see what I'm saying? Only for my child to get worse. And now who got to deal with the worsening child? Me. You see what I'm saying? So it's there is a level of control that ain't nobody that ever birthed a child gonna sit up here and tell me you don't feel righteous and a level of control over that child. Now, I will say I never had any intentions of my child not having his dad. I don't like the nigga. I don't want to be with him. I don't need him. I don't. Right? All of that is true, but at the same time, he is the daddy, he is deserving, and most importantly, my child is deserving of having his protection that comes through his father. As protective as I am, I ain't no man to provide the other half of what his daddy can provide. You see what I'm saying? So we had to work it out. And from the beginning, we were together. We weren't supposed to be separated, where these were even issues that we got to work out. But when we split, a lot of the issues was actually not me. There were certain things like if my child was sick, okay, sorry, plans are changed. He's sick now. You see what I'm saying? I have the breast. I'm the comfort that the child is used to. They had to fight with him to take his bottle. Like he would have to be so hungry and calm down at the same time to take a bottle because that's not natural to my child. He was a breastfed child. What you want me to do? There was another time I took a trip because his dad was going to a funeral to New York. We were in the South at the time. He would be gone for like 3 or 4 days. I don't know who he's going to bury, but what I do know is my child is so young and he's a breastfed baby. If you're going, then we will go together as a family. So it's him and his family traveling up. I'm the seventh wheel because I have the breast and I don't want my child upset and then he's around a whole bunch of people I don't know. That's not even the issue because that's still his family. But the issue was the age of the child and what was going on with my child at the time. His family had attitudes towards me that I promptly ignored because I'm not being a problem. I am here because my child is young and because he cannot fend for himself, because I am his mother. I have what he needs, and I'm going to be here to provide it while also allowing him to be with his dad so that his people in New York could meet him, spend time with them, and to attend to the family, of the one that was lost. I don't know. You can't like just jump on because his mama had issues with me being there. What was she gonna do at 67 damn years old? Was she gonna breastfeed my child? Was she gonna be able to calm him? You know what I mean? Why make it harder for a younger person because they are doing the best they can for their child? What would you have done for yours, ma'am? Why are you judging me? And I do believe that women should have an attitude of, I did not create this child by myself. I ain't doing everything by myself. I absolutely did not desire that for myself. I don't want to be no damn alpha female that can't get no rest. I gotta work. I gotta clean the house. I gotta take care of the kids all the goddamn time. No, them weekends or them weeks that the daddy is designed to get the child, please and thank you. Come and pick him up. Come and get him. I did not bereave that man once my child was off my breast as to when he can come and get him. We did have one hiccup because when everything was fresh, right around the time that this baby is, around 1 year old, one and a half years old, his dad wanted to come to my house to pick him up. I set it up where he would meet my sister. I don't like you. I don't need you at my house. I don't want you at my house. There ain't nothing for you to see here. Okay? We used to live together. We don't no more. Go about your business. But that ain't got nothing to do with the child. When it's his time to get the child, my child was dressed, bag packed. Here's the car seat, all of that. Packed, ready for the transfer. He got upset because in his manhood, I must have had moved on and he need to get to my house to see what's going on. He took me to court. I ain't going against the court rules, right? I ain't going against nothing the court had ordered. And I'm happy to give him his child so that I can have some time to my doggone self, recuperate. I'm preparing to put myself back on the market while you got your child, right? He takes me to court, and the court, in my opinion, did me.
Because we got some other people up here too who got to get up in this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The court did me dirty, in my opinion, but that was fine because they basically ordered that he had a right to come to my house. I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to be at the house when he comes because the whole reason, this is what I'm getting to. There's a control that the men come as well, and women can feel that so sharply. It's repulsive. He wanted to, I'm not keeping your child away from you. Why do you need to be at my house? You see what I'm saying? All right, well, you take the drive and come to my house. I won't be here, but you can come and get your child. All of a sudden, now it ain't no problem.
Right.
And on
that's what
that, I'm gonna go ahead and step down.
So that's what you just said. Was what was people were saying. In his chat, his own people were saying, they was like, man, like, you know, when you had those people that house got swatted, and while she was so worried about that, she's like, literally like a day before that you had the baby over there, you had a house full of niggas. The SWAT team came in because motherfuckers in your chat was playing jokes like they always do. SWAT team came busting down doors, and people were saying that, you know, yeah, if you was a mother, you'd be a little on edge of having your baby out there too. And that's what people are bringing up again. It's like, is when it's the most sensitive eras or times, he seems to not like it when most of the content on the internet is from when he's with his father as of just of recently. And that's why people are saying, like, so what is the truth? Has she really been keeping this baby away for months, as you're saying, and you don't like answering? That's why it's like the same tit for tat, like I was saying earlier, agreeing to what CT was saying. Like, it's on both sides. This little tit for tat, this petty ass, childish tit for tat. That no, I won this time. No, I won this time. And it's like the only reason I can see people are saying, and not saying like, oh, he's a bad dad and he shouldn't be around his father. Like, no, the only time we see Halo on the internet is when he's with his auntie Chloe and when he's with his goddamn daddy. Other than that, Halle barely, she be like she was doing before with her pregnancy. She was not. She's very like very Beyonce with the shit. I don't the fuck. I don't need y'all to see my goddamn kid. Y'all see him any other time. You're gonna see him with me. And it's like, okay, fine. She's the mother. She has her boundaries, and the father, he has his boundaries. And people are saying like he does this. It's like he waits for the most sensitive time. And then he pops off when he gets that one little tit for tat. And then she goes on there, do that one little messy ass tit for tat, making subliminals. Cause like he even admitted, I would talk shit online. I would insult her. I would throw little subs at her on the internet. Just trying to poking. this just being childish, trying to like get a reaction out of each other. Oh, I'm gonna post this song. I know that's gonna piss him off. Oh, I'm gonna talk shit about her and this, and she gonna know it's for her, and everybody else gonna be like, what's this about? Right? And I think people are saying like he does this a lot because we only can go off. Me personally, I've been watching content of Chileeee and Halle since they've been on Instagram and YouTube when they were little, because we were damn around the same age. So I literally grew up watching them being a sassy, petty ass selves. So I was like, I never fell for the she's such a church girl thing, because they do the same thing with Chileeee. It's like this, oh, why is she so sexual? Why is she all this is that? I say, y'all, please hang it up. But I think what
Yeah.
people are saying is that
Here's
he's
the
done
other
this.
thing.
He
I was
does.
sitting here thinking, based off of what y'all are saying, like he makes money off of posting the baby. Haley don't need the baby to make money. Her money is legit. You know, her money is with or without the baby and always has been. Before she was doing her thing before she had a baby. Clearly he
Yeah.
was too. But if he is now using the baby to make money because it makes him marketable. It makes him look a certain way. A good father's the world is starving for good fathers out here. And if all you have to do is correlate the look of it and you get all these perks, all these praises for being a good dad, but the reality of the matter is, nigga, you only here at the time you just pulled up to my house to correlate something. And I can see that as a mother. You're not about to take my child anywhere, and you're not about to sit up in my living
And that's
room and film my child
hold
either. You know, the
on,
baby is
hold
sick.
on. And this is the issue, because I want to move off of the sick thing. Like, he still should have been there, in my opinion. In terms of him taking the son out of the house and all that shit, it is a ridiculous and preposterous. I hope
That's what he was complaining about. CTV.
I hope he had overspoke. But setting the sick shit aside, I think what the problem is, and this is why I wanted to speak about this, is there's that my child thing again. If that's the way that either parent goes into shit, this is why this is always going to happen. And the fact that most people are, whether they know consciously or unconsciously, they are holding a my. They're looking at the child as a literal possession of theirs. And they, in their psychology, in their thinking of the child, are almost programming themselves to not even really understand equally that regardless of who the child came out of, it is equally both parents, and neither parent could have done it without the other. Both were necessary, and the child is y'all's. And I also don't understand why most parents don't prefer that language of y'all, because that's just what the truth is. Like, this is us. This is our child. It's not my child. It's our child. This is our daughter. This is our son. And that me is what leads to this unconscious flexing and power dynamic and control and the sense of ego and ownership. And then we all know who ultimately gets swept up and only ends up being a pawn in the grand scheme of things, which is the fucking kid, which then makes me really question the sincerity of both parties. Because if the fixation is not the kid, and I think this is a very both of these people are so both of these people are so fucking problematic that it I don't even know I don't even know where to rule it. You got one black girl who loves thugs
and nice nasty, and she's nice nasty,
and who has been vocal about willing to go off and cuss anybody ass out, etc. She got into an industry. They gave her an image that she clearly did not live up to, because in her actual life is messy as hell. She with the niggas that are contrary to her image, and she's about a life that is contrary to her persona. And then you have DDG, who is, you know, a known prankster and troller and
misogynist.
It makes his living off of just living out loud and being a rambunctious ass boy. And now you got a kid tangled up in between both of these realities. And that's why I just keep going back to the fact that motherfuckers gonna have to get fucking counseling. And this is a cautionary tale. This is a cautionary tale for all people who not parents yet and who may plan on having kids, want to be fathers, want to be mothers. Baby, y'all better really sit the fuck down and fix your fucking life before you even embark upon the pleasure of raw fucking sex or the pleasure of having a fucking kid, because the way that just bringing the kid into the world with the wrong motherfucker can end up turning the quality of your life every which way but goddamn loose is off the fucking chain. But they both are out of fucking order, and they both are young, and they both are first timers. Neither one don't know what they're completely doing. Both are emotionally driven, and they need fucking help. They both need fucking help. I'm not sure if there is a per se bad guy in this situation, more so than there is just two inexperienced young people not knowing what the fuck they're doing because they are inexperienced and they don't have anything in between them as a grounded mediator in terms of their feelings, in terms of their approach, in terms of their strategy, in terms of all of that. And that seemingly is just and that could be the simple solution to all this complicated ass drama is you motherfuckers need a sound mediator. You need somebody to come in and mediate custody, and then y'all need somebody to come in, maybe as like somebody said before, a family therapist to help y'all to create something that's functional, something that's sensible, where all parties can get their fucking needs met, and more importantly, Halo can get the life that he deserves.
Yeah, so yeah, and you are absolutely correct. It's like me personally, for even though DVD is known for doing a lot of harsh shit, because I still can't look past the fact this motherfucker supports abuse. I still can't look past the fact what he did to Kennedy. That was the most foul shit ever. I was like, why would you even do something like that? And I said, I don't know why she even thought that was the right type of person. It's like you can't go at one without looking at the other. And it's so like you would say, like just frustrating, because like both of y'all is like, what made you think, even though she is known to be feisty and says she like the hood dudes and whatnot, and she has always been the one to fight. Out of her and Chloe, she always been the one that most likely get in the field. And it's just like, girl. And people was like saying like, because he's not DD, even though DVD is he's obnoxious little prankster YouTuber thing, fake stuff. It's still like he's not a good dude. DVD, I give him that. DVD is not a hood boy or gangster thug, gunslinging, none of that. So to me, I was more surprised that she went for something so corny. I was like, God, I would have thought she would go with a rapper. I thought she would do what Chloe's doing right now with some bum ass rapper or something like that. I thought she was gonna be one of those, to be honest with you. But I was, yeah, he is like a Drake. He is like a Drake. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't pretend like how Ariana does. Okay, so we're not going to talk about that. But even though he does associate with those kind of people, he does associate with those academics, weirdos type of dudes, Tory booster seat lanes, all them type of people. He just made a song with the motherfucker. So it's like, yeah, they're both equal. I don't want to say they're equally problematic, because even though Haley she's just more of like I wouldn't say hood rat, but she does give that, but I say that's not per se as controversial, because name a baby mama that's not. You'd be hard to find it. But when it comes to this, it's crazy, because it's like after that Kennedy shit, I was like, why the hell was she at the peak of her acting career? I would never.
That's her type. She's attracted to niggas.
I know.
She's attracted to niggas. She's attracted to niggas who mistreat women. She saw all that behavior prior to getting with him and still chose him, which is why I'm saying there's a lot of data. Like, just because Halle is not outwardly authentic like DDG is, which makes it easier to judge him, we don't need her to even be like showing her personality. We can look at her choices and extract a lot about who she is.
I always looked at her. I always looked at her personality with her and her sister when they would do like little mean girl shit right now, especially when she was pregnant, when she was cussing out the people because she's like, we're famous. You should just make us a slot. It's like, oh hell no. Y'all was doing a little too much. And he thought it was so funny. Talking about y'all broke, y'all bums, she this, she's that. So they was all in on the kick. It's like it's just too much. It's too much. They look like you said, one is no type of opposite attract type of thing. I don't believe in that either. I believe y'all have some similarities, as one is more obvious than the other. And I guess her corniness, she's just as corny as this motherfucker. Because like I never gave, but till I realized I didn't even know he supported abusers until like a month ago when he did the stuff. And I was like, yeah, he cool with all these. I was like, oh hell no, I didn't even know that part. I knew he's done some nasty things to his exes and stuff like that, like breaking up miscarriages and dead babies and shit. It was fucking foul, but I was like, okay, this is a bit much. I was like, I didn't even know that part. I didn't even know that. And that was all on the damn internet, and I didn't fucking know that. And I was like, she's seen this, because ain't no way y'all, because that's what famous people do. They look each other up. They be trying to find the links and shit, especially they trying to do a PR moment. They be Googling and smoogling. So they be knowing. And like you said, she knew. I always knew she was go for the rapper type or the thugger type, but I never thought she would go that far. But then again, that's not that far from an abuser anyway. Those are the typical type. Girl, I can't. It's like you can't do one without the other for me. You can't do the one without the other. I've never was fooled per se, but how far this is gone, I'm actually glad. Even though they're not a good match, I'm glad that she didn't go. She didn't go the thug, that like the real gangster thug type, because that would have been hell. This would have been nothing compared to what the fuck she was gonna be going through. So, because them niggas don't take care of their babies at all. She wouldn't even have to worry about with this, alleged controlling tit for tat ass shit. He would just not been there at all.
Baby,
she would have got what she wanted.
A lot of things that are worse and equivalent to a thug as a baby daddy is also called an immature one. It's called a narcissistic one, and they equally are hell on wheels.
Yep. I'm just saying, I know y'all saying like, what mean girl? Y'all, it's on her damn Snapchat. Y'all need to go on her Snapchat. She was doing a lot of shit. She was, I don't know, because she was pregnant, so her sassiness went up a notch, but she was getting it back into it on her little Snapchat. I'm saying that. So yeah, she ain't gonna show like they said. Like she with Rock Nation. She signed to Beyonce, y'all. Of course, she gonna take the little PR moments. Say, don't do too much online, all this extra stuff, because her and her sister used to be online all the time on YouTube. At least that's how long I've been that's how long I've been watching them. They always had their own personalities and whatnot, watching them do their singing covers and their little acting things and whatnot.
And look at Chloe, her ass, and look at Chloe. She got with a raggedy nigga that she just had to break up with because his cheating, and it's just like, girl, what the fuck?
That bum ass burner boy.
What is wrong with what is wrong with a vibrator at this point?
I know. It's like it gives, as a Gen Zer, it just gives the same, like the typical, this young, it's like it's the mamification. Like, they still, some women, depending like what generation they mama come from. My parents are 70s babies, so I don't know if that was much of a difference, but I guess, I don't know, maybe because I was more raised on like MySpace and the internet type shit, because she's a little older than me. Her and DDG are in her late 20s. I'm in my early to mid 20s. So I guess it must be something like that saying like, if you don't got a man, a piece of a man is better than none, I guess, because that's what it's given, especially for Chloe. Bless her heart. I want so much better for her. But at this point, he's like, you know what? As much as I've seen them, it's like, girl, at this point, what are you expecting? At this point, I'm not surprised by it. I'm apathetic to it. I say, okay, it's the typical. She gonna learn the hard way, just like the rest of them do. Unfortunately, she'll get, played in her face when all the red flags are right there. They're not pink. They not light pink. They all red. But she just like, I don't care. I don't care. You ain't gonna tell me shit. And that's why Haley's in the situation she is, because I was one of the people that was dragging her before I was at 8, because I knew of DVD before. I knew him from the YouTube when he was doing all this crazy shit on YouTube and all the drama and controversies he was going through. I was like, girl, this is not gonna be good. If you don't get your shit together, you about to be in the prison. By that time, she was already pregnant. We didn't know, but she was already pregnant by that time. She was like, no. And then he was cheating on her while she was fucking in her first trimester with Ruby Rose, which is the real love of his life, if you ask me. Okay? Because Ruby Rose clocked that tea. She was like, well, he keeps texting me about this, that, and that. I was like, girl, this is too much. I said, you should have seen this coming. That's what's like. At the same time, I don't feel bad that she's in this situation, because, like, to me, I said it's apathetic. I said I knew this was going to end up happening.
I'm going to make a diagnosis, and I want everybody to pay attention to what I'm about to say. Sky Jackson, Keke Palmer, Chloe, Halle, Nicki Minaj. We're seeing a lot of
Mary J. Blige.
We're seeing a lot of high-valued women literally scoop men up from the clearance rack of the men at this point. And everybody has been scratching their heads in terms of, bitch, what the fuck is going on with this? A pattern of very overly successful women scooping down into the sewers of society and marrying sex offenders and murderers and chronic cheaters and idiots and like outwardly clearly problematic as men. Like what is the problem? And the only thing I can extract psychologically as a reason why some women are doing this is because it has to be purely a psychological phenomenon. I almost like the same way we perceive the church girl or the pastor's daughter ending up as the wild child. I think there is something that happens psychologically, particularly in the entities that align with femininity, because this also isn't just a woman phenomenon. Gay men do the same thing, where there's an over fetishization of masculinity or toxic masculinity or thuggery, etc. This psychological phenomenon has to more than likely be birthed out of a lot of environmental stimulants. Like, I think that there's something that happens when a person has to live a very structured life. Like when you have a very strong regiment, I would imagine that all these women, particularly women in entertainment, they have to be on all the time.
Yeah.
They have schedule. There's a lot of demand out of them. They have to give in to the demands of the audience, of the label, of etc. So they end up really becoming people pleasers, etc. And they end up, unbeknownst to them, kind of walking a life that doesn't give them a lot of autonomy. What happens psychologically is that even if that pathway is lucrative for you, it's making you famous, it's making you rich, it doesn't nonetheless keep you from resenting it. We saw that in Britney Spears when she just flat out, all out had to rebel against the good girl bullshit, against the innocent pop princess bullshit. We saw her growing seemingly more wild, more rebellious, until everything hit the fan with Kevin Federline. And so I think what's happening on a psychological level is that this resentment is birthed out of this heavy demand on one's life to give, be, do. And then out of that resentment is giving birth to a Harley Quinn inside of the responsible boss babe good girl is that inwardly she's building an alter ego that is saying fuck you to the entire system. But because he's benefiting outwardly from bowing down and kissing the ring, she can't afford to per se act a fool and to actually say fuck you. But you do know who she gets to live vicariously through?
The niggas.
The quintessential classic bad boy trope.
Yeah.
I can stay a good girl, but vicariously through romantically tie myself into you, live out the bitch I really want to be, because I'm constantly having to be media trained and quiet my voice and submit to the fucking system and bottle up all this frustration and fucking rage, or I'm constantly having to be the idea of femininity or the idea of woman or the idea of whatever. And now I've built the life in such a way that I got too much to lose by saying fuck you and acting how I authentically would want to. So instead, I'm going to pretty much align with a problematic ass nigga to get him to do my dirty work against the system. And I'll be able to have my fair share of kicking the system back in his ass by being with a person who is a reflection of the freedom I want, the autonomy that I want, the not give a fuck factor that I want, and that I'm literally just hungry for at this fucking point. But then the problem obviously becomes the obvious, is that while psychologically it makes sense why you would be aligning with, you know, this contrary romantic partner, but because of what you are actually created in your mind is actually problematic. Of course, this does have no choice but to come and bite you back in your motherfucking ass. So it does.
I like to
just bite you in the ass. So then the person has to have some deep self-evaluations and to really be able to make some sacrifices. And this is where it comes down to at. Like, you have to be very clear about your values and your sense of sanity and your overall well-being. I know that a lot of people are, I know that a lot of us are raised to go for the bag, get all the money, get all of the success. And we're always shamed into taking time out for our selves, because somebody's always reminding us that you dreamed of a day like this. You prayed for moments like this. Your family, you know, doesn't have access to this. Your friends, your community, you are lucky. And so you're guilt tripped into continuing to go on and on and on and on. But somebody needs to tell everybody who's stuck in that system of making it that, baby, it's okay not to have it all. You don't need all the money, baby. And you don't need all the clout. And you don't need all the fame. And if you have to prioritize sacrificing your fair share of that because it's going to be essential for you to develop a healthy humanity, if giving up some of that shit in return will allow you to have a balanced humanity, you need to vote for your fucking humanity instead of voting for your bottom dollar. You need to vote for your humanity instead of voting for the popularity and the sensationalism and the coin of it all. Because what happens when you don't vote is you open your motherfucking self to all the wrong motherfucking people, simply because the toxic part of you that is rebelling against the system needs a motherfucking outlet. And then that becomes reflected in your social circle, who ends up being problematic to your career, or or that outlet ends up being the toxic ass partner you chose, which ends up being a toxic contribution to your career. People keep thinking that they actually don't need their humanity. And every time we see people selling their quote unquote souls, for the fame, for the richness, we always see the inevitable collapse. We see the inevitable backlash because people keep selling themselves out.
To me, what you saying? You was preaching. You was talking that shit. As always. So for me, the phenomenon for me is I just chalk it down to a repressed Lilith. That's why I feel that's exactly what you describe for a woman. I don't know, because it is the same in men and women. Because of Lilith, we all have it. We all have it, male femininity and masculinity. And what is for what I chalk it up to, like I said, I feel apathetic for is just the repressed or the smothering or the abused Lilith in especially in women. I know that it's a lot stronger in women because we do have like this, like you said, especially, and it is thrown on us a lot, and that outlaws that breaking, like that bad boy attaching yourself to the opposite or your, like you said, your way, your vicarious way of fighting back, pushing back, or like standing up yourself in a secondary manner. It's actually, I feel like that is attached to the repressed Lilith of it all. It's like, because the whole point of Lilith in you is that untamedness, the letting it out, like your raw energy, letting that all just that queen dom shit, let it, like, like, bitch, I run, like that lioness energy, that like, motherfucker, I run, like, what the fuck, I do what the fuck I want, the fuck I please type shit, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of us are, especially, I can only speak from a woman's perspective, especially as a Ebonesian woman's perspective. A lot of us do have these, societal expectations. You gotta be this, and you have to be pretty but not too pretty, or you have, or we're gonna call you a whore or a slut, or you gotta not be promiscuous. You can't have a high body count, but you also can't really accept your sexuality, and you also got to be this virgin at the same fucking time. It's like, it's very, it is for women who are in positions of people pleasing, because in entertainment is based on likeness, and skill is secondary. It will always be based on likeness first and skill later, or talent later. That's why motherfuckers who can't really sing are some of the most richest, wealthiest people in the goddamn music industry. Taylor Swift is a perfect example of that. She can barely sing a note, but she's literally the wealthiest female artist in the music industry, billions. So it's like, having that, like you said, having that release in another way without really getting all that backlash, because as a woman, you're gonna get the backlash regardless. Bitch, you can't do shit right. It doesn't matter what type of image you put out. At the end of the day, it's not gonna be worth it, because you're losing yourself within it. So like you said, finding these little outlets in a secondary manner, a vicarious manner, to let it out, to let that Lilith run free, to let her release herself in a proper,
but even
in a proper manner, without really being cowardice in a way, to like, I'm like, instead of just standing in your shit and be like, this is who I really am, this is shit I really like,
this is the thing,
but then doing something else.
But this is the thing about the Lilith energy, is that femininity is only going to turn toxic when it doesn't honor.
Yeah, it's not tamed.
When it doesn't, and this is the same thing for masculinity too. When you just do not honor your well-being. We all know what it takes for us to be well, and I don't care how stupid people act. People know when they're beginning to be unwell. They know when they're beginning to be unwell mentally, when they're getting to the point that they are unwell emotionally. But because we live in a do system, and then when you are in a situation where you understand that you are the lucky one, like, you feel more pressure to have to continue to do what you're doing despite what it's doing to you. If people would not succumb to that pressure, even if, once again, what they're doing is making them successful. If they would have the balls, the kahunas, the pussy meat, if they would have the wherewithal, the bandwidth, and the Wi-Fi to vote and honor their well-being, no matter what the fuck is at stake, no matter how much you're winning at what you're doing, no matter how much money it's making you, no matter how popular it's making you, if you would have the fortitude and strength to honor your wellness, we would not see these negative, energetic feedbacks reflected back to people. But because people are so shallow and superficial, they're going to forfeit their humanity and forfeit their wellness to keep getting to the bag, or keep getting to the fame, or keep getting to the whatever the fuck it is, keep succumbing to the pressure, keep succumbing to whatever the external forces are that are all binding a person to this reality that is dualistic, because on one hand it's benefiting me, on the other hand it's costing me. And you don't even need to go to the full extreme to necessarily abort the entire reality that you're in. You just need to understand how to balance yourself and to push against this narrative or this understanding that you have to go for it all, even if you see that you're losing yourself in an attempt to have it all.
Right.
It's literally when people are sacrificing their humanity that they just fucked up. Soon as you don't honor yourself, you just fucked up. Soon as you didn't take the break, you did not choose yourself, you don't go sit your ass down, you continue to go and go and go and be and be and be and be and be, and you don't acknowledge what's out of balance, what's out of touch, and you don't make space to engage or give outlet to that part of yourself, that's when you're always going to see all of the shit. You're going to see a drug addiction. You're going to see bad choices romantically, bad choices socially, but you're going to see the mutation show up in something. It's going to show up as a habit. It's going to show up as a partner. It's going to show up as an activity. It's going to show up as something, but it's always going to take shape. It's always going to take shape into something. And, you know, it's really unfortunate, but, you know, the more that I learn about human psychology, the more that I am able to see that, oh my God, like, motherfuckers really just don't understand human psychology. They really just don't understand human nature. They don't understand the way that power impacts the consciousness, the way that money impacts consciousness, the way that all these areas of our lives are just impacted on a psychological level, that everything is psychological. And speaking of psychological, hi, Storm.
Hey, what's up, CCV?
Hey.
Hey, Storm.
Hey, what's up, panel?
What are your thoughts? Because I know you was getting some aha moments in the chat.
No, yeah, I'm sitting here laying down listening. No, definitely. When you spoke on people like not being their true selves, not really being able to live out, you know, like or really show like their true face or their true personality. I was just like, oh, Consciouztv hitting on some shit with this. I'm like, I think Conscious need a whole show just talking about that. Like, damn, them people, like, we need to talk about like how people really can and should live out their true selves and be their best selves. So,
yes, because what you don't live is going to live you.
You're right. It comes out one way
and
or
when
another.
it's wearing you, boo, it's going to fuck you up instead of you wearing it.
Yeah.
You always want to wear the wig. You don't want the wig wearing you.
That's it. Okay.
There's going to be two different looks, baby.
Okay.
You want to wear the wig, not have the wig wearing you.
Crazy enough, I know what you're talking about when you say that. I know what you mean.
You want to wear the outfit, not have the outfit wearing you. You know, so what we don't make space for appropriately, improperly, is going to improperly make space for us. And I really feel grieved and sad for, you know, like so many people, because nobody taught us none of this shit. We just been
Facts.
to be little artificial intelligences that are socialized and indoctrinated and then go out in the world trying to execute whatever the fuck we've been indoctrinated to execute. And we never actually self-discover. We actually don't know shit about who in fact we fucking are. We don't really know what the fuck to do when the script doesn't lead us to the outcome that was promised to us by those who created the script to begin with, and then you end up 40 and having to uproot everything you fucking know and you ever been taught just to get to the life that was always intended for you, that could have happened a lot sooner had you just been raised by people who knew what the fuck they were doing from the beginning.
It's a good point.
So many people are just
Yeah.
trapped on this hamster wheel. So many people think that I don't think people have ever conceived of the fact that, bitch, you are a biological mutation on a ball spinning in wild orbit in outer space, paying the light bill.
You know,
I feel like
that's a good fucking point. Yes.
I feel like
Yes.
I honestly, as I honestly feel like we're just a bunch of like little gods having human experiences in different times and places. That's all I feel like it is, and we're just having to learn the human experiences that we came here for, what our mission was to do, our individual missions, and what we are here for. And we're just trying to figure that shit out. And some of us we die never, most of us die never knowing what that really is, or getting to that point, or getting to that understanding. We just keep coming back again and again until we figure it out. That's how I feel about it personally.
That's definitely, that's an interesting perspective. I mean, damn, that's wild. That's why, because like, I don't know about you guys, but the last year or 2 years for me personally, I've allowed myself to not have it all together, when normally I always have it all together, or I'm expected to, or that's the role that you play in your family or whatever. Like, I think a lot of us, we don't give ourselves enough grace as well. So
Yeah, and I look at my native chart too, so I'll be clocking my own T. That
not
invaded.
clocking your own T.
Yeah, I be clocking. I had to because I want to know who the fuck I was and try to get an understanding of my bad habits and all that extra things. And I'm only
And
22 years
all of the
old, and
shit
I've always
that
been
you
like that.
and all of the shit that you brought in here from a past life, all the shit that you signed
Exactly,
up.
trying to undo that karma, knowing what my path is, because I'm a
Oh,
Gemini North Node. My South Node is Sagittarius, man. Me understanding that my whole purpose, the thing that's supposed to make me uncomfortable is community and teaching and trying to move forward and things like that. I'm not comfortable doing that shit because I really don't like it, people. But that's why I'm very attached to channels like this one, because it's helping me getting more comfortable with the uncomfortable. That's how I know I'm doing something right. So once I'm in a place where we don't all have the same opinions and perspectives and things like that, and it makes me, forces me to listen, especially with CT, because we can have conversations for 10 hours straight. Last time I was up here, it was 10 hours. So we can have from different people from different walks of life, and we can still come forward, and it helps me realize, like, this is how you get to actually understand people and communicate and build community, is by listening to people and understanding and seeing their differences, and still be like, we're gonna agree and disagree and actually mean that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm working on that whole little discovery, because I've been doing this since I was like 17, wanting to know, like, what was my purpose of being here this time? Because I remember being here before. So what was it this time? Why, I know I didn't do right last time because, my ass came back. So what was it this time? I was like, okay, that's what it is. So naturally, I was like, I don't care about y'all. I'm going to be back in my little isolation. I love being by myself. And it was like, we need to have to find a balance. Just studying that natal chart and that Vedic chart will really get you clocking your T. And I was like, yeah, I could be very harsh. I could be very stubborn. I could be very selfish, like to a narcissistic level. Selfish, like I don't care. I had to learn how to get empathy as I grew up and realizing we're
You
brought
have
here.
Sagittarius and Gemini energy moving through you. You you are damn near a damn narcissist.
Don't say that. But yeah, I said myself, no, with the stuff I'm comfortable with doing is, having that adventurous spirit that like I'm just going by myself. I'm just that nomadic thing. Like, okay, like, and my siblings been telling me at my house, like, girl, you don't give a fuck about us over here. You be all in your own little world. And as soon as we interrupt you, is an attitude. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the spectrum as well. So that doesn't help with the not giving, like lacking empathy and things gotta be logical type of shit. My North Node being in Gemini and push it forward, it's like, okay. And it was like, okay, I know. That's how I knew what my talents were. My hidden talents, I knew what my talents were because I didn't know. I didn't think I was good at writing anything or talking to people. I still don't feel like I'm good at talking with people. But it's like something you have to continuously learn and push forward through. And you will find that gem of what you're really good at. So I said, I'm a talking motherfucker until I realized I wasn't. Stuff that the child in me loved to do until, I hit previous stuff. I was like, I don't care. It's like that downward shutdown, and I became very much Sagittarius, very nasty, very snappy. Think I knew everything, couldn't tell me shit, and that selfishness. And I was like, okay. And channels like this really helped me to push forward because I really loved wanting to understand myself better. And I've been doing this since I was in my teenage years because I realized a shift. I like a spiritual shift when I stopped believing in Christianity, start being a Christian, and I realized this is more my path. I'm gonna just balance it out. That Sagittarian energy, the good parts of it and the bad, because that's the masculinity of it all. With having that, my Lilith is an Aries, so that raw, almost like combative, argumentative energy that I knew I had. My grandpa calling me Johnny Cochran when I was a little kid because of the way I would talk in circles around people and be condescending. It was it was a lot. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just accept it. I might not like it, just how CTV said, like the narcissist. I was like, you know what? I accept that shit. I accept it. I know that I could be that way. But it's the point of changing that, understanding what that's coming from, and realize, okay, I'm here for a different reason. Okay. I need to push forward. This is my mission in life.
Absolutely. And everybody needs to get schooled on zodiacs. They are the truth of your existence. Even getting back to DDG and Halle, like I can't stress this conversation enough that parenting needs to happen at a lucid level. Being alive needs to happen at a lucid level. And I think that we should see our reproductive systems and abilities as something that is purely divine and something that is a gift, and it should not be perverse and hoard out, because the end result of not being lucid while birthing forth a god is that you can create everything from a Martin Luther King to a Saddam Hussein. From a Saddam Hussein, you can literally give birth to the most powerful, loving force to ever walk the planet, or the most destructive force that a nation, a country, a world has ever seen, because somebody gave birth to Adolf Hitler. Somebody also gave birth to Jesus Christ.
Yes.
That is the power. Those are the powers of our ability to create. And so when we don't create from a lucid place, baby, we are playing a very dangerous game, not just with ourselves and not just with the kids themselves, but in terms of the entire motherfucking world. Because based upon what the experiences become of that particular soul, can once again either be a blessing or a fucking curse unto mankind. So I want the situation with Halle and her nigga to be a cautionary tale. Please do your fucking work. Stop having kids in a raggedy ass fashion. People always say this, or always asking me this. CTV, like, because my parents were not lucid when they had me at all. I would actually have preferred to have came here a lot later in life if it meant waiting for my parents to grow the fuck up. Because a lot of what Because a lot of what I had to end up doing in my adult life was undoing everything they fucking did. And I don't think that's really any way that that's not supposed to be the experience. You shouldn't have to spend your adult life undoing everything your fucking parents did to your life. And I ain't talking about just in terms of like abuse, because I was not abused, but in terms of just them not knowing who the fuck they was and not really being well versed, not being of higher consciousness, not knowing who the fuck they were. Like, yeah, I would have definitely preferred them to have had me later on in life. Being a product of unconscious ass people is a lot.
Unconscious,
because that's
oh,
what
I understand now. I'm sorry.
Because most people are born unto unconscious parents.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's just the blind giving birth to the blind, giving birth to the blind, giving birth to the motherfucking blind. And people just generationally passing on the indoctrination, whatever the fuck that indoctrination is. And, you know, I think if you really love children and you care about the future of the world and you care about the leaders of tomorrow, that people would take more responsibility for when and who they co-create with. And in terms of this dynamic between men and women, Storm, tell me what you see here in terms of like this Halle and yes, DD and G.
DD and G. Well, first off, both in my opinion, they're also just like very immature. I think that with therapy, they can get on the right track. I do think excuse me, I do think they need to get this shit together now while Halo was young. Because to raise them in dysfunction, it's just not going to be good in my opinion. But I do agree with the fact that no, Halle ain't motherfucking innocent. she ain't innocent. I think that's very clear because why the fuck was you busting it wide open for DDG in the first fucking place?
I mean, if you look back, I don't see how anybody was surprised. I would say people, I wouldn't say real supporters because she still got real supporters after the Little Mermaid theme, but I would say people who known her before all that, and her sister and what they were doing when they were still a group before they went, you know, when they was even children, because they've been in the industry since they were kids, would know just off their digital footprint that this shouldn't be that surprising, because she had said in little interviews and videos and live streams with her sister ever since they were like teens and stuff, like what type you can get of essence. That's to say, I wasn't personally surprised. I thought she would get even worse than a DVD. I thought she would actually go. I thought she would actually go for like a blue face type. So that's why when I seen that picture, I was like, oh, I didn't think she'd be friends with Kashawn. I was like, I don't think they. That's my first time ever seeing it. I don't think they friends, but I think they went on a date. You know, these celebrity people, they be leaking up for a photo op all the time. Like none of this shit really be genuine. They don't really be besties and shit like that for real. So I was like, I was a little surprised to see it, but I was like, I wasn't shocked. I thought she would go for worse. That's what I'm saying. At the same time as problematic, my apathetic disdain, I guess you could say, for DVD and motherfuckers like him on the internet, content creators like him, I would say this was probably the best option out of the motherfuckers that she said she did like. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I was like, I'll give him that. I said, because the ones that she always talked about liking and stuff like that, she would definitely just be a single mom. She wouldn't even be, she'd be being a more messier situation than this.
But what happened to just focusing on your career? Like, she's young as shit. Why ain't you on birth control? Why you didn't make this nigga strap up? Why are you
She
busting
said
raw pussy and
because
you the little fucking mermaid?
she said she wanted to. DDG always said, I mean, yeah, DDG always said that he wanted a family anything before her when he was with the Kendi thing and the ex-girlfriends that he had before. Even before he even had them, when he started showing his girlfriends, he was always like, you know, I'm gonna do the family content type of thing, mostly
But they
because of
have plenty
content.
of
Because
time.
at that, but the thing is, she said, what's how they, because when people were asking, that she finally, once the baby was here, and they finally asked, and they actually started, you know, saying like how they met and all that extra stuff. He was saying that, you know, one time, you know, we was linking up, and it was like, you know, I really want a kid, and she was like, yeah, I want one too, and that's what happened. No thought, just
That's
having a
stupid.
baby.
That's stupid.
That's why I said for me, I said I don't feel, she put herself in the situation. So I feel apathetic towards both of them. Okay. Especially towards her. I was like, this is the same story over and over again, unfortunately, when it comes to successful or, you know, promising young Ebonesian American women. I was like, it does. I was like, I already knew where it was going because I was one of the main ones. I'm a Libra. I'm a Libra woman, so I know DVD is full of shit for sure. Okay, but but I knew that this was gonna be something because I said, oh, this boy finna put you through the ringer, girl. Do you know his background? Do you know what he's done to his ex girlfriends? There would be no privacy. There would be no privacy.
But my thing
And
is this: where are her parents? Where are
she's
their parents?
grown.
They're
Between her,
playing the back. Let me tell you something. Parents don't exist. Community do not exist when you become the breadwinner. Once you become the breadwinner in a black system, you are the fucking leader. Because everybody is following the goddamn dollar.
she would have had to cut me off because I'd have put my foot in her ass. Because ain't no way.
For what? For what? Especially not when the dollar is marrying another motherfucker who has a net worth of $8 million. So
Exactly.
as much as can be said about DD&G, we also can't forget the fact that he's also rich, successful. He ain't Pookie. He damn sure ain't Ray Ray. He ain't none of them niggas. He might be immature and all of that, but he's a rich ass successful nigga. So this
I would say he's a rich Pookie.
This would be her Jay-Z and their
Right. I know story. Like, oh my God. Like, watch it. We all know she could have done better. As we all, it's the same story.
If every other person in your community, and this is why I use the term unconscious, because I don't think a lot of people are actually aware of it. Like, I think a lot of the fuckery that just takes place is mostly happening on a unconscious level. But if everybody in your community low-key unconsciously has money as an idol, money is low-key their god. Low-key, not high-key, but low-key. Because most people would never admit that money is their god. Even if money is their god. Most people will not admit that they only are praying to God for the sake of getting to the bag, not giving a fuck about God in actuality, or what it even really means, for them in actuality. When most people in your community have a unconscious idolization of money and or proximity, if anybody in that community gets proximity or gets money, everybody forfeits so-called protecting that person from themselves, because everybody now is going to submit to their actual idol, which is the money. And what most people rely on to stay close to the money and stay close to proximity is submission, which turns the community into a bunch of yes men. So you don't get a lot of no men when you come into a level of success. I see it in my own family. I have a successful basketball player who is my first cousin in the family. And he was just another nigga before he was that nigga. And when he became that nigga, everybody became an indentured servant. Everybody rolled out the carpet. Everybody, bowed down, because through him was an opportunity for everybody else to get their material needs met. So nobody gave a fuck about morality and the ethics of it all. No, people were going to kiss ass and yes, massa, if it meant proximity or access to the money or the coin. And this is why a lot of successful people feel very lonely at the so-called fucking top. And that attainment of genuine love or sincerity or etc., it becomes a rare phenomenon the closer you get to material goods.
Right. And
And
like,
that's why,
she's
and,
a child
and
star.
that's
Her and
why
her sister.
and that's why the scriptures say, what does it profit a man to gain the world and to lose his entire fucking soul? And look at what we're now seeing in Hollywood. We are seeing the descension of all of our stars. They're now becoming fallen stars.
Yeah.
They're falling from the heavens and crashing and burning into the depths of the earth because of corruption, because of greed, because of trying to fill a void, because of not knowing how to navigate a certain level of power and a certain level of prestige, and knowing how to keep your ego from swallowing your ass up and turning your ass out and having you turn other motherfuckers out in return.
Yeah.
When we don't understand, and I just don't understand. I mean, I do understand why human psychology is not a part of the American curriculum, because the system does not want to produce a literate, intellectual, independent, critical thinking, well-informed individuals. So of course it's not going to teach you anything substantive about your humanity or about your mind or about your nature, because the system is looking to exploit it. And the more dumb you are, the easier it is to exploit you.
Facts.
Yeah. And it's in this situation with Halle, is what you're saying is key, because her and her sister were child stars, and you see that a lot with child stars, even when they grow up and still become successful. Aubriana is a prime example of that. Look how he's getting his fucking back kicked in right now, because he just can't read a room. He can't comprehend what's happening and where his mistakes are, because he's been coddled and was a child star himself all his life. So he's always been he was one of the main breadwinners, so everything he said goes, especially being the only child, so the golden child syndrome setting in. And then you grow up and you're put in this position technically as an adult, because like you said, people worship that dollar. They see that dollar, that coin. You better do, either they end up abusing the child, so they end up destroying themselves as they get older from the trauma and the scars left on them, or they end up being what we've seen today, these fallen stars who just can't comprehend. They have this missing link that should be very obvious. Justin Bieber is another one. It's crazy. And I think her having this situation, her and her sister being linked to these, it's the same thing going to the conversation you said earlier, CTV, and what I was saying about second-handedly, that secondary trying to fight and push back, but it's always, it's like you said, it's going to come back on you some way. It's going to show up in some way. And unfortunately for a lot of women who were child stars in the industry, it shows up in their love life a lot. That like the thing that gets them a lot is their love life, their relationships, their friendships. It shows up in there, or they end up having addictions, or or they end up self-sabotaging to a certain extent, because it's like, you know what? Like they're subconsciously saying, this needs to stop in some way. I need a release. I need a break.
Let me tell you, all of life is alchemical and metaphysical. And people better stop living in the vein of like the mundane thinking and really understand that what you are a part of and what you are and what is happening through us and to us via reality is beyond the mundane. That this is a alchemical, a process that all of our consciousness is evolving through and creating through, and life is a lot deeper than what it's been conditioned to be for us in terms of being a work horse and a workforce, and trying to catch a break in the meantime, in between time. And this might be what all this political shit is ultimately trying to arouse as well, which is just pretty much the obliteration of the matrix, because it's going to force people to challenge government, religions, ideas, and this could lead to massive breakthrough in humanity, or we could succumb to being field slaves again because we're just too weak and lazy to do the work to liberate ourselves. So it's going to go either left or motherfucking right. But
I feel like it's not gonna move because it's already there. A lot of Black people are still mentally slaves in my book.
and I'm not just even talking about the Black people, but all people, because all people are enslaved to the material world. The people
that's
in the
right.
world who are living, beyond the matrix are still a minority. The majority is living at surface level and are just, once again, little AI robots who are carrying out the agendas and indoctrinations of their culture and of their community and of the systems in which they come from, and have not really challenged any of that shit or strive for any autonomy, or don't even know that they don't have any fucking autonomy. They're just, once again, carrying out the script, and it's interesting to watch. But do you guys have anything else that y'all want to add to the commentary? Oh, well, let me ask you this, Storm, because you're a content creator. How do you feel about DDG coming to the internet about this? On one hand, he's being criticized. On the other hand, people are saying, well, I mean, he's a live streamer. That's what he does. So, like, I mean, he puts his whole life on camera. So, I mean,
I mean, yeah, he's no different than a Kardashian. Like that's literally how he makes his bread, and that's who he was even before he met her. So I wouldn't expect anything different. I also think that's literally like that's an outlet for him as well. And I don't know. I think they have an opportunity to, if they can work together, to really show other young parents how to work through these types of conflicts, how to come back from these types of things. I think so. I will say this though, I still want to hear her side of the story too. I mean, we probably won't get
which
that.
you'll probably never get, because
Yeah, yeah,
she is closer to Beyonce than not.
yeah. I'm like, I want to hear
Yeah,
her version of what happened as well, and how she
I
feels.
honestly think that
I hope she does.
Halle is annoyed by the part of her life that creates, like, that makes her a public figure, because I think that Halle, I mean, it could be due to her narcissism, or it could be due to just her natural arrogance. But I feel like Halle actually, like, her way of trolling, like DD&G's way of trolling is like outward game playing and just starting shit with the public. Halle trolls by way of her silence. That bitch knows what these comment sections look like. She knows that people be thirsting for her side of the story, be thirsting for her ass to answer to them. I looked at all of the controversy during her pregnancy and all the conversations where people were speculating, honey, do you think that bitch bent one fucking finger to answer
Not
to
at all.
anybody. It don't matter how viral the conversations were going. Like, Halle does not give a fuck, and I think her response to, you know, the public is the powerful silence of her middle finger. Like, who do you who do you motherfuckers think y'all are for me to have to answer to anything? And even DD&G's weak ass narratives are not enough for me to explain my goddamn self. If I do explain myself, it'd be because I want to. But
Yeah.
I agree. Like,
As a person, as a person who has errors in their chart, I definitely I give that too. It's like, but I'm not explaining myself to you. The fuck? Do you know who I am? I know who the fuck I am. I'm not explaining stuff to know you. Who's gonna whoop me? I don't gotta explain none of y'all. So I could definitely see her being that way, especially how her attitude was before all this Little Mermaid stuff. She definitely, what you're saying, I would not be surprised if she, because we know she's not gonna give. I'll be surprised if she says anything, but I definitely get that tease. Like, I'm not explaining shit to y'all because y'all ain't gonna do nothing about it anyway. And plus, who
I
are y'all to
am
tell me anything?
curious.
I find it so weird that people feel that they're owed knowing. Like, since when do mothers owe anyone? Because it's like common that you don't tell people you're pregnant until you're past a certain stage in the pregnancy. She didn't owe the public to tell them about her pregnancy, especially a first time pregnancy, especially in light that she is the Disney princess. She's got things to protect, mostly the baby, but you know, things to protect that. What does she owe anybody to have to say that? You know what I mean? And when you were reading what he was saying or playing what he was saying, I was like, I wouldn't respond to this, not publicly. The public ain't owed that. And if she decides to say something, like, it just becomes a back and forth. And I feel like he has a game because this is how he earns his money. This is why he has a reason to be public. She really doesn't. You know what I mean? It's okay, you know, we need to talk about arrangements for the baby. That's really all I got for you. You can pick him up on Friday. Period. What else what else we need to know? And you know, him doing the streaming, people gonna see, okay, oh well, he got the baby. People just gonna talk and keep on talking. But it's really annoying, and I think it's really annoying, especially as a Black woman, that people think you owe them an explanation just by your existence, being Black and woman. You owe the entire world an explanation. For what? For what am I gonna do to help her baby? What am I going to do to help this situation? That's the part that I don't get, bringing it to the internet. I understand being frustrated and all of that. I've experienced all of that. However, at the end of the day, I had to get with that man.
I think that a lot of people wanted to know that she was pregnant so that they didn't have to call her fat.
I think they wanted to know because they also understand that her being pregnant is tied to her bag. It is tied to her good girl image being tainted, and she was on her press
Exactly.
run for the Little Mermaid. I think people wanted to know because they want to know how it was going to affect her negatively so that they can continue to talk and talk and talk. That's what I
Because
think.
Disney,
People
exactly, and
also, people,
Disney is known to do that to their artists. Like, when if they end up getting in a relationship during the press, end up getting pregnant or getting married, them Disney people don't play that shit. They're very much a moral connected type of
Yeah, that's
company.
exactly what
That's
I'm
why I
talking
feel
about.
that's another
That's
reason why
exactly what
people
I'm
were
talking
very
about.
like, they was like, oh, bitch, what are you doing? Like, you better not be, oh my God, girl, you better tell us you pregnant right now.
a
You
lot of
better tell us, because girl, this
people
finna go
are,
down.
yeah, a lot of people were actually championing for her, and they wanted her to make it, and they understood how rare of an opportunity she had, and they did not want to see her do what they have seen a lot of Black women do, which is allow a nigga to be their downfall.
Right.
I
That's true
agree with
also.
that. There were a lot of people, but also that's tied to what would be the downfall? Her fucking up her Disney bag. That's exactly why they wanted to know. Like,
And
girl,
Yeah.
her
did you
ending
mess
up
this up for us?
and her ending up as a single baby mama, which she has ended up as.
Exactly.
That, yeah,
That's both of these. They were on the internet saying this. Both of y'all. That was both of the main two reasons
I
why
know.
people wanted to know she was pregnant.
yeah,
Yeah, because
absolutely.
people have been on DDG as the entire time from the day she chose him. People have been like, Haley, what are you doing? Halle, what are you doing? 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 What are you doing?
Yeah, because
And we
I ain't
and
gonna
we
hold
know
you.
we know you ain't had the nerve to get pregnant, bitch. We know you ain't had the nerve to get pregnant amidst being Little Miss Mermaid.
Right, because they were saying, because at the same time they was like, look, you are in a very rare beneficial position to be the first Black woman to play Ariel, the Little Mermaid. Do you know how big that's Ariel? The Little Mermaid is one of the biggest princesses. That's one of the biggest money makers of Disney. That is a huge motherfucking deal. And I was one of those people who was like always banking on us younger Ebonesian women to be like, let's not make the same damn mistakes as the ones that came before us. Every time we get a spotlight, it's like there's always some fuck shit going on around it. Can't we have one that just go all the way through with this full professionalism? They can't tell, like, let the conversations about her not being in this position be outside of some baby daddy ghetto ass shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's why me personally, I was one of the main ones that was dragging these shit out of her. I was like, I can't fucking believe. I was like, I didn't think she was gonna choose this time. It was more like the time. That's what a lot of people were being aggravated by, and being aggravated. I was more aggravated with her than I was with DVD because I already knew he was on shit. I was more aggravated with her. I was like, why did you pick this time? Like I always knew you was gonna end up with something like this, but right here, right now, seriously, like what the fuck is going on up here? It's like the self-sabotaging was the thing that really like made people, at least on my side of the internet, that was on her ass. That was like, please don't be pregnant. Like, we're not saying you gotta show the fucking ultrasound and tell the story of how you was fucking and you made them. We just want to know, are you for real? So these people could have something else to talk about, like, you know.
And it was obvious. I mean, she was at one point a full-on hot air fucking balloon inside of a dress, and people was just like, okay, like, is it thyroids or is it Halo? Like, people wanted to know.
They were obsessing, literally.
Yeah, we were being. I ain't gonna hold you. They were being delusional.
Because it was in
They're being
people's
delusional.
face. It was in people's face the whole time. Like, people just wanted to know, okay, what is it, so that they could classify it accordingly.
Right, and it was like we just wanted to know. I said, me personally, the only reason I already knew she was pregnant, how the way she was catching the attitude, and how Chloe was catching the attitude. Y'all gonna leave my side? I said, oh yeah, she's pregnant. And I just left it after I made my little rant. I made my little rant in the little in the forums that we was in. I left it be. I was like, another one bites the dust. God damn it. I thought, and I was like, this. That's why I just became apathetic towards it. I was like, I'm not gonna take this. I can't take this personally because bitch, I would never do this. Okay, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just leave this back because this is gonna keep happening. The same thing happened with Sky Jackson. I was like, God, I say all the ones that we had just a little bit of faith in. It's like, they're gonna do it right. At least publicly, they're gonna do it right. No, fuck all that. And I was like, you know what? It is what it is. And I was just annoyed about it, and I was just like, you know what? She gonna learn the whole way, just like the rest of them. Kiki, I ain't gonna hold you. Kiki Palmer was one that really shocked me because I thought she the connections, the legend that she is. When I saw how bad of a flip it was, I say after all these connections, out of all these, and it was top tier type of stuff. But then again, I don't know these celebrities; they probably ain't shit.
But that was no shock to me because Kiki wants to be the one that's in charge.
Well, who does? Out of all these celebrity women, who doesn't? They've been in charge their whole life, especially the ones that was child stars. I'm not surprised by that.
It's the person who don't get enough motherfucking credit. It's the person who y'all don't go build a monument out of, who absolutely broke the entire goddamn cycle, which was Sierra.
Oh,
Sierra
She
broke
did. She did.
Sierra broke this high valued woman curse. She almost got caught up, but that one slip was enough for her ass to find her ass to the marvelous light, baby.
Yes,
And
that's
boy, did
that
she
whatever
find
that prayer, whatever that prayer was, that hoodoo prayer, whatever the fuck it was, for real, girl, she did it. I'm so that's one person I was like, but at the same time, I was like, at her age, I was like, I suspected. After the future thing, I was like, oh my god, she got with the worst of the worst. And when she got with Russell, and she was like, we
Yeah.
waited, and he was
she
just a gentleman.
almost
I was like,
failed.
she won.
She almost
She
entered the
almost.
second place because as I said, it's becoming obvious to me that this shit is psychological, and that's why it's becoming so many of their realities. But Sierra, once she got her second chance at the light, she absolutely moved toward that motherfucker, and she has shown what is possible, which is when you go for actual love instead of a fetish. And so
And what did he
I
learn?
question and think people should really challenge their preferences, because a lot of people are using the word love when what you're really after is lust. You are after an image. You are after a particular type. Are you after love or are you after a type? Because those are two different things. And sometimes they do not exist simultaneously, because sometimes who love you ain't gonna be your type.
I think that
Right.
yeah, I
happens
don't
a
want to hear
lot
that
in the
though.
Black community because we are so indoctrinated. Young Black girls are indoctrinated that they got to be with a Black guy. And so we develop these types very young on what we want. Like my family told me, I bet not come home with a, um, with an other, essentially, because they would essentially disown me. That's a lot of freaking pressure when you're telling that to someone young. Like I had no defenses. What the hell am I going to do as a child being told something like that, but be afraid, And then you get out in the community and what was said in my household is being reinforced over and over and over again, the same type of ish. You can't go to church, you can't go to school without these messaging being reinforced. And so you can't talk to another Black woman because she feel the same way. So everybody's right and you don't have an outlet. And so you become indoctrinated and limiting yourself. It pains me so much to see all these high powered women, and I'm going to say more specifically, because the only thing is specifically Black women that meet what you were talking about earlier, CTV. It is Black women that choose these men that are well beneath their accomplishments. And the relationship really don't have a chance because men are men. They are indoctrinated a certain way. They are indoctrinated that they are supposed to be the head. They are supposed to be the top. They ain't got to, but they're not indoctrinated that they got to earn that. So they
Mm.
don't match the woman's energy when she's out there earning that. They just have to show up
That's
and be a man.
right, and that's
I
true.
got a I
That's
got a
true.
question because in the chat I
Mhm.
see some women referring to the BBC. One person said I'm the BBC is all about the dick. Is dick really that powerful?
It's they
It is
prioritize it
storm,
because they're
but it
already male identified, so they prioritize it. So
I'd
to
be
them, it's
It,
so
very
it is
special.
powerful now.
Okay.
Ain't nobody gonna say that, but like a Black woman's wop is just as powerful. Trust me. I know.
That's
Um,
that's a new
I'm just trying to
so
figure it
concept.
out because I hear a lot of women say, "Well, girl, it was the dick. It was the, you don't understand. It was the dick," and I'm like, is that really enough to throw your fucking life away?
Yeah.
And to
not
them,
I'm gonna
after
tell
it
you
you
why.
done.
is.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is what's at the bottom. Like this is what's at the principle of being pussy whipped or being dickmatized. Is
Mm.
a lot of people um a lot of people don't realize that sex is, well, first of all, that like our bodies are biological. They are chemical by nature. So sex is a pleasurable activity like any other hobby, any other pastime. And when you're having sex and someone is giving you an orgasm or is giving you a pleasure that has your toes curling and your eyeballs busting out of your goddamn skull, you are getting those dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, and oxy. Like you're getting all of those feel good chemicals, right? But the problem is not just the chemicals. When you are unconscious, let's say you have a lot of trauma, you have a lot of childhood trauma, you have a lot of emotional mental issues. If you experience powerful chemical releases by doing anything that gives you strong dopamine, serotonin, endorphin hits, what you essentially have the potential to become is the equivalent of a crack addict.
Right.
So just like you will hear from crack addicts that they are smoking crack to experience that first high over and over, they're chasing all of those chemical releases, all of those pleasurable, euphoric blows to the brain over and over and over and over again. And it's no coincidence that, scientifically speaking, the same region of the brain that's activated when we're in love is the same region of the brain that's activated when we're addicted to drugs. The same region of the brain
Yeah,
that
we
we're
become
in love
addicted to
with is
anything.
also the same region of the brain that you're on drugs with. So most people, when they talk about the dick, this essentially replace the word dick with the crack pipe. The crack,
Exactly.
the crack, or
the food, the food,
or,
the food.
or you can replace a pussy with a crack, or shopping with a crack, or whatever
Alcohol.
the addiction is, because whatever the activity is that gives a traumatized person those type of euphoric experiences is going to be made a routine out of. And when you stay unconscious, of course, you end up becoming like enslaved, and then you end up just being taken advantage of and abused by your own addiction, which is represented through the person, through the narcissist who's acting as a puppet master and exploiting the fact that you are in a addicted state and don't know how to fight or fend for yourself and don't understand the mechanics of what's actually taking place. And that can lead you to a world of trouble. So that's what's behind the phenomenon of being dickmatized, is that it's really not the dick, because dick in and of itself don't enslave anybody. But somebody giving your traumatized unconscious ass good dick definitely could turn your ass out. Somebody giving your traumatized unconscious ass good pussy can definitely turn your ass the fuck out. Somebody knowing how to even mind fuck you properly, because once again, pleasure can be achieved by infinite ways. So any activity and or person that can stimulate you in a way that gets your brain to shooting off all of those feel good hormones and chemicals, yes, can end up being your handler.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does that make
What a
sense?
Explains it
shame.
like that, but doggone, I'll be damned if that ain't exactly what I describe as good
Right?
black dick.
Oh
Because
That
I
is
just
wow.
kept seeing that in the comments, and I hear that all the time
The
with
crack pipe,
women.
the crack pipe, the crack pipe.
And I'm just like, is this
Yeah.
shit that fucking
And when
powerful?
you see the obsession that Black
Mhm.
women have for it, and we're
And
even
they'll kill each
possessive
other
of
over
it,
it.
like it is ours. You know what I mean? Like we're possessive
Yeah.
of it. Like every Black man, we own all your dicks. You know, like it's
It's
crazy.
it's there's a lot of black women who are doing life sentences in prison over some dusty niggas 6-inch peen that was just hitting that G spot real right. And she just never had, and it's just like he said, it's a connection to whatever trauma that she had unhealed, that it just set a chemical balance. Maybe she, had low self-esteem, never thought she was cute. First nigga that actually gave her enough attention that it's bare minimum, but to her it was the world, and she was doing everything and anything for this nigga, and now she's fucking in jail because she fucking lost her mind when she realized this nigga never really cared about her, and he was on to the next, and she got mad, and she ended up fucking shooting up the whole house up, and now she's in prison over some stupid shit
That's
like that. So
insane. I'm not gonna fuck my life up for you. That is insane.
Okay.
But what if you equate that to that person being yours? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. A storm. You gotta reframe the way that you're looking at it. They're not destroying themselves over the person. They're destroying themselves over the addicted state they're in. It's the addiction. It's not the person is just like the catalyst, but that's the person isn't the point. It's their addiction that's killing them. And that's why there can be high functioning people who do drugs. Like a healthy person can do crack and not ever become an addict. A healthy person can do meth and never become an addict. A healthy person can drink. A healthy person can do all of the things that the broken person can do without becoming a hot mess as a result of doing those things. A healthy person can participate in all of the rambunctious activity, sex, the whole nine, and it never become an issue for them. It's only going to become an issue if there is untreated issues and or a person has already a addictive personality type. And because most people don't know that the people who have an addictive personality type don't even know that they have an addictive personality type until they find themselves addicted. So that's just kind of unfortunate. But if you have a addictive personality type and or you have underlying trauma and mental and emotional issues, then yes, you can end up as a addict, and that addiction is what becomes your life. When you are healthy, you can retain a lot of your sense of self and keep your hands behind the wheel.
Right, and what you're saying is true, because I was like, I never went crazy when it came to having sexual connections or nothing like that. So it's like you said, like it really depends on the trauma that they're trying to put a band-aid on, and what that it's that same addictive personality. Because I was like, me personally, when it came to things overindulging, cover that band-aid for whatever emotional issue, underlying issue that I had, right? It triggers, depending what it was triggers to a person. Me, it was fucking sweets. It was sweets for me. It was can't. I'll eat it every day. Finding something sweet to eat every day, and then to the point I would get agitated if I didn't. Not really realizing is because this at that time in that point in my life, I didn't even know what a autistic shutdown was, and I was going through that, and emotionally I didn't understand what was going on. But instead of like getting help or telling my psychiatrist or anything like that, because I didn't even peep it, I just subconsciously just started eating more sweet food, a lot of candy, a lot of sugary sodas and shit. And then the next thing you know, I gained fucking 50 pounds. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what's happening? And I was like, okay, I gotta get a hold on this. Cause it was just like I need it. I need something to make me feel good at this point. Because I don't. I need something to get my mind off of this, distract me from this feeling that I don't like, that I don't understand, I'm not comfortable talking about. So that will be sweets. I want something sweet. I'm lucky for me, it wasn't nothing serious. That's like, because I was having sex at the time, but it wasn't that. I was like, to the point I got irritated. I just wanted sweets. I didn't even want to have any physical skinship with nobody. I wanted to be by myself with my candy. as childish as that sound, that was it. For me, it was real serious. It was a real addiction. I was really liking it.
And we learned that even like if you watch shows like A Hoarding or
600-pound life, yep.
A life of how people will cling to the dopamine serotonin hits that they get either through over collecting and or overeating, or in bulimia and anorexia, under eating, or in overspending, or in whatever it is. Yes, so like, because like I'm saying, most of our lives are us traveling through our own psychology. Like all of life is psychological. All of life is psychological. And when you don't understand psychology, then it makes it harder to disrupt toxic pathology, which you need understanding of in order to stop and to prohibit and to interrupt, and because most people don't have a good understanding of human psychology, what most people try to do when they are trying to cleanse their life of the things they don't want is they move a lot of shit around externally, never realizing that it's what you need to move around internally that is going to change things. Because you can spend like your whole life cutting as many people off as possible. You can spend your whole life like going through every diet under the sun. It's not the diet that's going to be the cure per se. It's not going to be even the right people that is the cure. It's going to be the things that you are appropriately addressing within your own state of consciousness and psychology that is going to liberate you. And until you do the work inwardly, all of your external attempts to free yourself are going to be in vain. And that's also why like church doesn't change people in and of itself either. People just learn to moderate their behavior without ever actually changing who they in fact actually are.
That's a fact.
So the inward is where the true substantive resolve is. That's why Christ also spoke about salvation from the inside out, not from the outside in. And yeah, people are in fucking trouble. So, y'all got to do y'all work. Miss Iyanla been telling.
She been saying that. You're right. You kind of remind me of what my therapist had told me one time about doing something from the inside out versus outside in. But yeah,
it don't make any sense. I mean, like the cure isn't in the external. That's why a lot of people, they'll change states and everything and have the same problems. It wasn't the state that was the problem. It wasn't your partner that was the problem. It wasn't even the food that was the problem. It's not even the sugar that's the problem. It's the thing in you that's broken that makes you abuse all that shit. That's the problem. And that's why the old saying is, wherever you go, you're going to take your fucking demons with you as well.
It's true.
You cannot run from yourself. So address yourself. Learn to transmute the things within you. Learn and accept that transformation of self is just about that. The transformation of self, the transformation of thought, the transformation of thinking. Transform your fucking thinking. Transform the way you interpret what you interpret. Transform the information in your fucking brain. You cannot change your life without transforming your consciousness. This is what the whole born again concept is birthed out of, the alchemical process of consciousness. To be reborn again. Let that mind that be in Christ also be in me. The transformation of the fucking mind. And you don't have to go anywhere once you do that, because there is no such thing as anything else. I mean, do people understand that your unconscious self doesn't even have a concept of another person? It believes it's the only thing that exists. Your subconscious self doesn't even have a concept of another consciousness or of someone else. All that it is and all that it knows is itself. That's why everything you say and do about another ultimately shapes your perception of yourself. It actually becomes formatted to you. You are in an always, all the time mirror experience. All of your words, all your thoughts, all of your feelings, and everybody else outside of you is just a figment of your imagination. This is why people are so shocked. Oh my God, I thought I knew you. No, bitch, you don't. You never knew me.
Yeah.
And I don't know you. I don't know you.
We
I don't care.
never will.
I don't care how much time we spend together. I don't give a
I
damn.
still don't know you. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know you. You are a figment of my imagination. All I know is my projection of you. I don't
I know
know
what you showed me.
And then you don't even know you because you ain't even been through enough alchemical processes to even know who the fuck and what the fuck you really are.
True.
You don't know me. I don't know you. All we know are our projections. And then when we operate in ways that are contrary to each other's understandings, we're just going to remix our perceptions of each other any fucking way, because that's how fragile the sense of knowing each other is. We don't know each other. And you barely know yourself. Nobody truly knows any other person. All that you have the luxury of doing is truly knowing you. And then even that has to come by way of going down the rabbit hole and the graveyard of self. So that's why I think that we are just moving backwards as a people by prioritizing falling in love and starting a family. No, like, can we prioritize like being a nomad and going down the interesting, unique, complex road of self-discovery?
Oh, they love to talk shit about you when you live like that. You know, I know that.
And that's
Yeah, they
fine
do.
because
They like to call
and that's
for.
fine because all of them hoes are a figment of my imagination anyway. I look at haters as just my intrusive thoughts, because that's really just what they are, especially if you believe them.
Right.
They are just a representation of your intrusive thoughts. And because everything inward is mirrored outwardly, your intrusive thoughts have to take shape as well. They're going to take shape as the haters, as the naysayers, as the fearmongers, as the warmongers, as da 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 da. Because once again, everything that happens inwardly is going to symbolically be like represent itself as something outwardly. So everybody is really a projection of your own consciousness, whether it's your supporters or whether it's your haters or whatever it is. It's all a reflection of various shards and aspects of self. And yes, we do live in a society where we have been given a script, and that's to be married and to have and to be chosen by somebody and to procreate and to make money, blah 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 blah. But and if that's what you truly want, there's nothing wrong with obtaining all of that. But the whole point is like you do need to afford yourself to understand who and what the fuck you are and what you came to do and what you have come to accomplish. And if that happens to be in alignment with something you are already moving toward, then that's cool. But if not, then you better get off that train sooner than later, before you're on your bedside regretting the way you spent your whole entire fucking life.
Right? Because that's what I was saying earlier. So me having the natural nomadic adventurous spirit, especially, that's where I'm more comfortable about, like, being on my own, loving my own company, and just like wanting to try, just want to know who I am. Like that self-discovery at such a wanting to have that self-discovery at such a young age, it triggered like, yeah, I don't want children. Matter of fact, I have a hysterectomy on my bucket list very soon, and I'm only like, what, 22 years old. I was like, I realized that when I was
give
young.
you hell to give you that.
You think I don't get that in my personal? It got to the point because I was always so combative, and I was always, my family always knew I was how strong willed I was, and when I said something, I really meant it. Like I had conviction behind it, type shit. So when I told them, I was like, you know what? I don't care about having no husband. I don't really necessarily like children. I feel like they're gonna get in the way of what I want to do with my life.
Period.
Honestly, I don't want to deal with that. I said you can, but I don't, and I don't understand it. I said I don't want to understand it. I feel like I have better shit to do with this life besides wiping somebody's ass and taking care of somebody's son and being bothered by that. I don't I don't care for it. It's the only time I want to be bothered by somebody's son unless he's making my life a little more easier. Because men are supposed to be useful. At least that's what I was taught. Men are supposed to be useful. He can't be useful and get him the fuck out your face. That's what my granddaddy told me. So he was like, and that's how I was. I was like, you know what? If I can't get my needs met, I'm not going to be bothered by it. What is a child going to do for me? I don't care. I don't care for having children. I love my nieces and nephews though to death. But that's as far as that extent. I care about children, what happens to them. Donating to causes and stuff like that. But as in personally being responsible for a life, no. And at least I'm smart enough. At least I have the selflessness to realize not to force somebody to exist, knowing damn well I never wanted this in the first place. Because somebody told me to. This is what you're supposed to do. Or people talking shit about me. I don't care about what the fuck people got to say. You live your life because you ain't gonna wipe nobody's ass over here. You ain't finna take them to no doctor's appointments, waste no gas to bring them to school. You gonna be over there on the other side of that damn screen talking about, ain't that a damn shame? And that's it.
I am unwilling to become a parent until I can assure myself that I can create for my children what my parents were not able to create for me. Until I'm sure that I can provide the emotional life, the intellectual life, and the material life that wasn't provided for me for my hypothetical children, I'm not having any. I'm not having any.
Yeah.
And I am sick of particularly black and brown children being born of a wooden spoon instead of a silver one. I'm not interested in bringing forth poor ass black children. I'm just not engaging in any of those cycles. I want more and better for any kid that I'm going to be bringing forth, and I'm going to give them everything and then some. And I'm learning from the mistakes of the people that have come before me.
And you still have people having an issue with that. Why you just don't hurry up and do it? Don't take all that.
I don't give a fuck because, as people said here, ain't nobody gonna be paying for a lick of milk, juice, child care. Ain't nobody gonna be contributing anything of goddamn substance to these hypothetical children but me and the other fucking parents. So those thoughts that are represented as the hating assholes who would have that to say can suck my pussy hole.
Look, I know what you're saying, but let me tell you something. Menopause is gonna come for my ass anyway. If I'm blessed enough to live that long, I don't care, because trust me, I already know that getting a hysterectomy surgery is going to kickstart menopause. I'm willing to deal with that than a child that I didn't want, or dealing with birth control, or dealing with messing with my hormones and things of that nature. I'd rather not deal with that at all. I'd rather deal with menopause for 15 more years until I in the grave than deal with a child that I know I never wanted. I don't feel like my mission. I know I'm not even feel like I know my mission is not to be somebody's mother. That was not the reason why I was put here. I know that. I know the type of lifestyle I live and a desire to live and moving forward with my life because I'm only 22, So I took account into all that instead of just jump starting coochie popping irresponsibly. Now I'm a coochie pop. I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna do it responsibly, knowing that this is going to result into something very serious. I know I don't have the wherewithal, the patience, the tolerance, okay, or the strength to really day to day mold somebody,
And
another
that's
life.
okay. And that's
And that's
okay because if more people accepted that and understood that, we wouldn't see a high mortality rate when it comes to children at the hands of their parents. A lot of people need to understand that they make better for aunties and uncles than fathers and mothers.
Yep.
That they make better for just being productive citizens and purposeful people. It's not necessary to have the children. There's no mandate to have children. And I feel like, just like when it comes to healthcare, parenting is for the chosen.
Right.
I don't believe that all people that all people get that call. Some people just pick up the phone, they got themselves. But that parenting shit has to be something that a motherfucker is called to in order for it to be done right.
It's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Amen. Amen.
Because there's a lot of, because as a person, I still have a tender spot for children and animals of that, or of things of that nature. And it'd be really getting under my skin sometimes. And I got to the point where I just started ignoring people like that, or people who have children, or people who aspire to be children, would do some shit that's like, okay, this is scientifically proven to not benefit this child, it's just causing more trauma. And they will lash at you and be like, well, do you have kids? Do I need to have kids to have the humanity to understand that this is not right to do to a child? So like, I still have a tender spot for it. But it's like that, you don't have to have biological or to adopt children to have
No.
love
You
for children.
True.
You can be a daycare provider. You can be an elementary school teacher. It's all type of ways to cater to children and to be able to contribute to loving on and educating and providing for kids without having to be a parent to a child. There's plenty of occupational roles that allow people to be able to deal with children without having to have any of their own. So
I do agree with Tago saying that people need licenses to be parents. I do believe like people need to be like, they need to pass a test and a background check and a mental evaluation before they can be able to get the damn card that says I can breathe.
Oh, they're gonna fail that mental evaluation part.
ain't gonna be
Look,
They're gonna fail that part.
you're right, they will. Guess what? But guess what? That will make, if they want to have children so bad, then that's when they need to go do the work so they can have children.
the thing
Do the
about it
mental
is
work.
they ain't gonna be able to do any. They're not gonna be able to present any quantifiable tests that's gonna be able to test a person's capacity to be a parent, because you might be well in the beginning of your parenting and then be traumatized somewhere in between due to maybe external factors or through the direct raising of kids. So you may not even end the way that you began.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the initial part of it, because these motherfuckers who had no business having children, like we all knew, people that like from a mile away, you could tell like this was not going to be a great place for this child. They shouldn't be legally, even though that is, but I can't say that because autonomy to people's bodies. You just can't be walking around like you're gonna get sterilized. But still, but it's like that line. It's like when I see stories and how like CPS and the adoption care system is so oversaturated, and children literally get lost because there's so many of them. They get lost in data, and then they just out in the wind.
We are
And it's
going
like,
around.
oh,
We're going around the mulberry bush. The problem isn't a test to be a parent per se. I think if we just focus on creating a healthy society, people will become healthy people and therefore become healthy parents. Like, but I just think that we just as a society got to be doing better. Like, we got to really be teaching people real shit I think the curriculum got to be strong, and people have to have the resources, and people have to be healthy themselves in order to produce healthy people. And there's just a lot of shit in society we need to correct. I feel like if we correct all the rest of the shit, like this other shit falls by the wayside. Like people need to be able to not work jobs for pennies. People need to be able to enjoy their actual lives. People need to be able to afford the basic amenities. People need to eat well. Like there are societal messages that are important and that should be prioritized that do empower people. I always say this. Y'all need to watch this documentary called Where to Invade Next. It is a powerful documentary, and it demonstrates the power of other nations that actually prioritize, like their governments prioritize affordable health care, affordable everyday living, that like their governments are focused on providing a quality of life for their citizens. And as a result, they have almost a zero crime rate, almost a zero divorce rate, almost a zero teen pregnancy rate, like things that make America look like a pure hellhole. Like, and it's all just due to the focus of the government and the type of messaging that is prioritized and the quality of life that's afforded to people. And so a lot of what's going wrong in our country is the fact that we are fucking mice labs. I mean, mice labs. We are lab mice in this fucking system. And we are eating crazy shit, GMO shit. We're breathing in toxic ass fumes. We're having to work 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking jobs. We have a disparity every fucking which way in life, especially if you are a minority person in the system. And of course, all that bleeds over then into the way we parent and the quality of life we give to our fucking children, because the bigger the struggle is in a system, the more craps in a barrel of a mentality that it fucking creates. And people are going to divorce the things that feel like a struggle to them. So if you have black men and black women who are already minority people already having a sense of struggle in their life, then embark upon a relationship that gets hard, and then bring children into this world, and then those children make that life hard, people gonna walk away. People gonna do heinous shit to get rid of the shit that's complicating their life, even if they're responsible to some degree for some of the shit that's complicating their life, aka bringing kids into the fucking world, etc. And it just creates a fucked up ass wash and rinse cycle. So I think making better parents will come by way of making a better society, and the right shit being fucking prioritized, and people being able to actually experience life and having the liberty of life. And I think all the rest of the stuff, it bleeds over. How we treat each other, how we form communities and neighborhoods, how we bond, all of the rest of the shit like just falls by the wayside, as it's doing in plenty of other countries that have a working fucking system.
Yeah, New Zealand is I know the top two because I wanted to move there. I was like, I gotta get my ass out of the USA, America. She getting a little ghetto for me.
We
so
all
I was gonna right, and I was like, I was going to either go to Iceland or New Zealand or one of those countries because they have very low. They have a great system for. I don't even want children, but I know they have a great system for children and pregnant women and postpartum care and all. They have all this amazing, and like their crime rate is, they literally one of the safest countries on the planet. Damn near zero crime rate. It's like in the percentage of the 0 point something. I was like, God damn. And then like the quality of life over there is great. The housing over there is great. It's like the education system over there is amazing. I was like, man, when I move up there, I'm gonna go back to school. And I was like, okay. And so what you're saying is definitely, because I was looking at like what 5 years ago. That's like one of the main places that I, once I hit my financial goals, I would want to buy a house out there, and that could be like one of my vacation spots or my main house when I go off, to the other countries and whatnot, because I want to travel the world. Because like I said, I want to live a more bohemian lifestyle. you know, and just, you know, I like to learn and like want to travel and eat foods and make new friends and dance and stuff like that. So I was like, you know what? That's definitely one of the places that I would like to shack up and have like my main home at, because it really does affect how like the governments or the people who are responsible for the system that you're living in, where you are, it can really affect how people operate, their mindsets, and community altogether. So what you're saying is definitely correct. There's a science to it.
Fatima said, and look what Fatima said on the screen. Also, the idea of place that you described sounds like the haven I experienced when living in Denmark and Korea.
Right. Denmark is I think Denmark is number 3. I think Denmark is
great places to live,
safe.
like work-life balance, all that.
Yep.
Right.
So these things are a reality, and government plays a major role in the quality of life. That's how, like, after watching that documentary, that's how I was able to realize that, oh, America is like this by design, not by mistake. Like, this is what they're intentionally creating. Like, they're intentionally creating a chaos that doesn't have to be. And the fact that other nations have gotten this shit right, and we have all the same resources, but we're creating death and carnage and destruction and a larger underclass pool with the same resources, means that this is by design. And that is fucked up. That people...
We are the land. I said my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I said we are in the land of the morning star, though.
Y'all about to be in the land of the morning star, because the way that I just got my passport and shit set up just 3 weeks ago, and the way that I have been planning the great escape for me out of the system, because I am not going to be stuck here in America with a Trump administration and a DD and Halle drama for the next 4 years. That is not what God has for me.
I ain't gonna lie, I went and got mine renewed too. I was not playing.
Why is she talking about the predominantly black parts of New Zealand? Girl, I'm not even care about if they like niggas. I do not care if they like niggas. I don't know that my ass is gonna be over there. That's all I know.
They don't like niggas here.
That's what I'm saying. They don't like niggas everywhere. But you see niggas though. So I'm gonna take my expedition ass over there, and I'm gonna watch dandelions and red-chested robins play in the fields, and I'm gonna just eat my trail mix on the bench and enjoy my life.
It's time to get the fuck out. Jordan Peele been telling us to get the fuck out. I can't do it. It's only been a little over a month, and I already feel like I'd have been hit by an 18-wheeler. Like, it is literally too much going on. I can't even do content. Like, I had just got on this streak of content creating. I was like, oh my God, bitch, I already done found my judge back. I done got back in my power. I could feel, I could feel the infinity stones of it all. And then I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what I initially saw in my algorithm, but then after that had initially hit my momentum, I just kept seeing more fucked up shit, 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 and I was literally down for days. I couldn't even bring myself to even do what I love to do, which is content and commentary, because I got so overwhelmed and so overstimulated by everything that's happening at a quantifiable level politically, because these motherfuckers are literally, like, they literally said that Project 2025 will have been fully executed by June or July.
Damn.
And that's why so much shit is happening. It almost seems like by the minute. They are literally, they've been working that hard, that consistently, that ferociously, that Project 2025 would have come to completion by the summer. And it feels
It
that
just
way
seems like every day is something. It's like, oh God, what
because
now?
it literally is. Literally every day. These motherfuckers went in office and got to work immediately. And they are flipping the pages, going line by line, verse by verse, organizing all of the pieces on the fucking chessboard.
Yeah, it's getting real spooky out here.
Well, I know the purpose is supposed to be about like what 2030. You'll own nothing and be happy. It'll be like a whole nother world. You won't really want to leave, but I think that means we won't be able to leave.
Yeah, we won't let you leave.
Yeah. They're like, you won't even want to. You'll have everything you need within 15 minutes. Like,
Yeah, because they're gonna be starting so much shit with other countries. They won't want our American asses over there. Anyway, they're gonna close their borders. They are trying to talk about some utopia. Like I don't know. I be trying to like just blanket. Like when I see things pop up, I was like, you know what? I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's propaganda, but at this point, I'm just you. Sometimes you just gotta clock. You just gotta dissociate from the things that you be seeing because like how can people be so inhumane and they're so unnecessarily inhumane? It's like there's always a right or wrong way to do things. Why consistently go? I don't get it. I just decided not to stress myself out about it, even though it's like that's not gonna stop the shit from happening, and you need to be at least a little informed. But it's just like still, that stuff will literally drain the spirit out of you. Seeing all that every 2 seconds, it's like something crazy happening. Somebody saying this, they gonna sign this, they gonna pass that. It's
going
crazy.
to do worse than make you feel it because once it's executed, that's going to be a whole nother death in and of itself. Like the fact that a lot of us are already feeling destroyed just by what is becoming a president politically, and this isn't even the fulfillment yet of the law. They're just laying the dick. They haven't even begun to stroke. They're just laying it. They're just laying it. So this ain't even the worst of it. This is hard. This ain't even the nightmare of it. It's going to be
right
once they have fully set in motion their foundation, and then it's going to be the execution. That's going to be the actual slaughter. It's going to be the execution of all the shit that they've put into place that is going to
yeah.
be absurd. And I honestly feel like I am like literally witnessing the death of America. I'm like witnessing
Right.
the literal death, and it's almost unbelievable. And even though we've heard these whispers throughout time and throughout the years, but to actually live it is always going to be different than it trying to hypothetically experience it. To be now in the at the threshold of all of this shit and to just see it unfolding, I feel like I'm just literally watching like the worst of the prophecies come to fulfillment. And it is very hurtful to watch America go dark again and to watch the powers that be rewinding the hands of time, to be erasing history, to be erasing. I just saw that Trump had pretty much, that he's put into place something regarding like the military and how like the military is like also having to overturn like their DEI and affirmative action initiatives, and they now have removed like thousands of pictures and images and highlights in the military of trans folk, woman folk, and nigger folk. And to also see a big chunk of the country like standing beside this suppression, it's literally like, damn, bitch, I'm going to get an opportunity to know what living in the Jim Crow era actually feels like. Like, I actually, like, they are just giving us another simulated experience of the Jim Crow era times some. And that I cannot,
Right.
I can't deal with that. Not directly. I will have to look at America from a balcony or from like the outside in. I cannot
I
do it.
have
I can't
right.
be
You
on
got to
there.
look from it from a screen, from a different screen in a different country. Me, I'm like, oh my goodness, look at those poor people, because they literally pulling it out and putting it on your left cheek, talking about, you feel that? Like, I don't wanna do this. I don't want this to go any further. But knowing these motherfuckers, they're gonna push it to the limit. They know they got the majority of this country in the palm of their hand, wrapped around their little pinky finger, and it's just like I don't know. It's like literally watching, being outside the matrix and literally watching it in a bowl. Like, do y'all see what's happening? What's gearing up?
Yeah, and people, and like that's why people are disappointed in like the Dems and the liberals and all of the non-MAGA communities, because we don't really have an aggressive leadership, nor do we have a for certain strategy, and nobody is on code. And you even have the Dems who are going up against Al Green for his recent like a pushback instead of standing in solidarity with him. And it's just messy. There's just no coordination, there's no nothing. And I mean, they are taking the Super Bowl by storm. I mean, we ain't had a score on the board yet. Not a meaningful one. And once again, we only it's only been how many days? 40, 50 some fucking days, maybe less.
It's been like a month and a week or so.
And they're already going to pretty much be complete by the summer. And we ain't even paint the bitch yet. I mean, this is just it's ridiculous. And I'm miserable. Like I have not found a way to think that this shit is funny. I have not. I just it's crazy to me. Like this whole thing.
Yeah, it's like a form of mass hysteria. It's like everybody is like went to like I wouldn't say overnight, but it just seemed like so quickly. It's just like unbelievably. It's like all these people were just like, yeah, we're okay with this. It's like after how like this, like first of all the Jim Crow era and segregate, that stuff wasn't that long ago. There's people who were children or teens at the time are still alive. Like that's how not how long ago that was. Like these people are still walking around, able body people, like just taking pictures and stuff like that. It wasn't that long ago. And the fact that y'all know this, we know the history behind it. And you're like, yeah, we going for it. You see how this is going. And like, it wasn't like they were hiding it from you either. They were very blunt about the shit for a long time. Like, this is what we want to do.
And here's another thing when it comes to that psychology conversation, which this really is a whole nother topic. So I don't really want to get into all of this, but the reality is, man, like the people felt like they backs was up against the wall. Either, affordable living was being promised at the hands of someone who was also saying that they wanted to be a dictator, and who also wanted to usher in a lot of damaging things to the country. And when you start fucking with people resources, but also start promising to be the mediator and the hero, and to be the provider, and to be the fixer, and to be the solution to those core issues such as affordability, affordable housing, affordable, healthcare, affordable food, whatever, those basic things that people were so unhappy about as it relates to Kamala and Joe's administration, people chose to willfully ignore the side effect label on the side of Trump's ass. All they saw on the front was, oh, he's going to cure my headache. And then they ignored, like you said, the Project 2025, because they were very vocal. Like they were vocal about everything else they were bringing in, and people told themselves what they needed to tell themselves in order to justify getting their shallow ass needs met without understanding and accepting that they were actually in fact making a deal with the goddamn devil. And that's exactly what happened. This country made a deal with the devil. You will feed me, fuck me, and in exchange I will hand over my house to you. And he has the house. And on top of that, because he's the devil, you ain't being fed or fucked either. So he didn't even make good on his actual promise. And you now are being pillaged.
One by one.
And all of your rights are being graped away from you.
One by one. Picked apart.
This is a political genocide.
Oh my goodness. This is like I can't. I don't know. I've been working my ass off trying to find ways to make extra changes. I was like, baby, I gotta get me and the ones I hold dear to me to find, like, that's why my long-term plan. But I was like, baby, I'm gonna have to make that a short-term soon. Because by the time at the end of this year, I don't know what is going. I don't even know what America gonna be even called America anymore. By the time at the end of this year, how they going? So it's like
it's gonna be called the land of Trump,
the land of Elon, if you ask me.
The land of fucking Trump, because they're already talking about putting his face on a fucking $100 bill and shit.
Oh my god!
Are they serious about that?
They're serious about everything, even the goofy shit. They're serious about.
Cause I saw that, and I was like, "Ain't no way."
Oh yes, believe it along with every other thing that has come to pass. That is unbelievable, because that ain't even the most unbelievable part of all this. It's literally being back in the Jim Crow. For me, that was the most extreme. Everything else now looks like an easy bake oven. Like his face on a $100 bill is like the least of the extreme shit that's taking place. So they're already doing all of the, substantive fuckery of it all. The goofy shit is going to be the easy part.
That military, another thing they saying while they're like slowly trying to, move, they really using that DEI on the military and our branches of military. That man wants the Klan as the military. He wants that whole thing to be nothing.
And that's the only good. Now that's the only redeeming quality is I know that I won't be a part of nobody's goddamn draft. I'm glad that you want an all white male army, baby.
All straight white male army.
Remember that on draft day.
I don't gotta worry about it. Cause I'm a woman. I am a woman, and I'm of the color. Nuh-uh. I'm good. I know I'm not getting drafted.
That's the only exception I'm making, and the only redeeming quality to all this DEI bullshit. Yes, please don't allow me to have equal, equitable inclusivity into the U.S. Army, baby. Please block all that shit up.
Where you said a $250, they're gonna make a $250 bill. Is that what you're saying? Because at this point, are they schizophrenic? Like, no offense to people who are actually suffering from schizophrenia.
Do you understand who Trump is? Like, this man has towers named after him.
Yeah.
Trump literally declared himself as king. Like, you're talking about an egocentric maniac who is trying to really brand America as is. So yes, all of that goofy shit.
Really? Yeah, you're right
All that
though.
goofy shit. All of that goofy shit.
And yeah, you are serious because he even got mass hotels and everything named after him. So you are right. He is king narcissist. He want everything to have his face and name on it. And I feel like Elon is just standing right next to him. So just when his ass croak, he'd be the right. When he be fucking what name, GD Vanessa, whatever her name is. Elon gonna be right there taking swoop because he already sitting there. His son telling Trump, "You ain't the president." You know that, right? You ain't the president. When I saw that video, I was like, hopefully this is. They were saying that's not AI. That little boy literally told Trump that you're not the president. You know that?
Oh, that little boy was acting up in there.
Yeah, he said, you know, you're not the president, right? You're not the president. You know that? I said, this boy is like 4 years old. I was like, yeah, there's something else going on. And Trump was just like side-eyeing him, just like, whatever. He was barely reacting like a zombie. And you got fucking Elon over there. It's like puppet on a string. I was like, this is creepy. And this is on national. What is going on? I was like, nobody is seeing how odd this off-putting all this shit is. Because it was making my head hurt. And I had to dissociate. I was like, this is not gonna drain me. Because this is like, I was like, is this like an episode, a schizophrenia episode? Am I undiagnosed? Because I can't be the only one seeing all this. And be like, nobody's questioning.
All of this overhauling of the military is going to become a national security issue because white Americans only make up like 48% of the fucking military. So you're going to massively reduce our military while also trying to instigate fucking foreign wars.
Right?
Like, how is the math fucking mathing?
It's like, I don't know if he's purposely trying to fucking make them push the button on our ass, but it's like, no, it's giving treason. It's giving treason. And and then they talking about they go like in the middle of this house. This is how I knew they knew shit was getting really bad because they say, you know, aliens do exist, right? So all those people that we put in the mental health home talking about they saw a UFO, they wasn't tripping. I was like, and everybody just went clean past it. I was like, this is too much for me. I said they threw aliens. They are real. Like no motherfucking. I said, but after all this time, y'all was interrogating people, calling them crazy nut conspiracies and whatnot. You done tortured all those people only for y'all to be like, yeah, actually, that was right. So can you stop talking about this? Hell no. Let the aliens be. If anything, they need to come and straighten this shit out because why they just up in the air staring at us?
I saw one interview, I think, with a former CIA dude. I forgot where he was talking, but he was like, yeah, there's like 60 different species. I forgot how many different species, but he's like,
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, they're not violent, like they're okay. But I'm just like, wow, all those years people was not tripping.
Right. And they put those people in all type of institutions for that shit.
Yeah.
They literally just destroyed people's lives because they like, no, motherfucker, I saw what I saw. And it's like these different creatures and whatnot. And like all of a sudden, y'all won't casually talk about like, yeah, like there's like 15 different main species and like 20 different subspecies. And, we just study them and they, sometimes we communicate with them here and there. I was like, y'all are doing this. Y'all have like actual officials on the news saying that, yeah, UFOs and aliens are real. We communicated with them.
And it's not just that. I mean, the CIA just produced documents about the legitimacy of astral projection and the way that the multiverse is broken down and how you can travel through different dimensions and speak to non-physical entities through the power of fucking consciousness. And they have literally entire fucking manuscripts of how this is done.
Sure do. How to time travel.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that saying that you can raise this and you can push it. I was like, so all this, y'all was calling people crazy. Y'all literally destroyed people's lives for telling this stuff. And I got all the science proves that this is a wow. Awful, because they did this right when all this weird shit with Trump and everybody was giving him backlash and the Republic, the stupid ass Republicans who didn't read the fine print at the bottom started realizing, oh hell no, wait, and they saw people giving that backlash. I saw that actively happening on Instagram and on Twitter, because I'm gonna call it Twitter, not fucking X, saying like, yo, what's happening? And all of a sudden I see, what, UFOs are real, aliens are real. It literally switched. I watched that whole side of that damn internet just like get white and like, what about this? Talk about this. Oh hell no. Absolutely not. I said, this is fucking insane. This is unhinged. And like nobody else didn't want to talk about it ever again. They don't even talk about the aliens anymore. It just came and went. I said, this is y'all can have it. Y'all can have it.
Yeah, because
I won't be nowhere.
Because they are preparing you to watch all of your liberties and your constitutional rights come and go.
Oui.
And your country come and go, and your economy come and go. Everything is gonna fucking come and go. And the clock is fucking ticking. And we don't have 4 years. We won't even have to the rest of the year. Whatever we do or don't do now is going to be all that actually fucking matters. There is no time. So
right.
I don't know what the fuck is going to happen, and I don't believe that Jesus nor the aliens are going to intervene. These are purely human affairs, and they can be resolved through human means of aggression and intellect. And if the people don't want to get up off of their asses, why the fuck should the aliens come up off their UFOs? These are our issues. And
they were saying that they said they was going for a Hunger Game approach to all this. And that's why they was trying to get Texas to like blend in, and they want Canada to be the 51 state, because they were going to cut them off as districts. And that's like basically that's what they were trying. That's the goal for them, to like make it more of a Hunger Games type of situation, type of dictatorship. And I was like, you know what, at this point, and like with the Handmaiden's Tale and all, I was like, you know, at this point, I believe it, because it's literally like the foundation is being laid out for it. I said, maybe you better, man, I don't know. Y'all better navigate. That's all I can say, because I know I am.
Well, I wish you all luck in the Squid Games of it all. May the best man and best woman win, because that's what the fuck our country has become, is the goddamn Squid Game.
Y'all for former Americanos, y'all have a good time, because let me tell you something. I'm about to be, I don't know where I'm gonna be at, but I'm for damn sure not gonna be here. I'm not gonna be in no damn Texas, no Americas, because I gotta be in Australia or something, because this is too much for me. Well, y'all have a good time though.
I got to get up out of here. This has been a 5-hour stream. This was dope. Thank you for joining us, Janice. I will be back with you all tomorrow, because it's a lot that's going on. Storm, it's always a pleasure.
Have a good night, sir.
When is the next time you're going live? And are you going to cover this on the channel?
DDG and Halo, yeah, sure, and Halle, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll text your ass later.
Okay.
That was Storm and Roll, you guys. This was a great conversation. I knew this was to be a bit of a town hall, because because of the nature. Children need their fathers. Their fathers. Children need their fathers. Unless the child is endangered, because the parent is a danger to the child, let willing, loving fathers be active in the lives of their goddamn children. It's ridiculous. And if you are a young couple and your little fairy tale relationship didn't work out, please give each other enough grace to endure counseling together. It will be effective and important in helping y'all to cultivate a proper co-parenting script to follow for the sake of the kids. And we're gonna wish light and love to Halle and DDG on their journey, child, because they gonna need it, baby. They both are a hot stinking mess. With that being said, please thumbs up, subscribe, share, all that good jazz. If you enjoyed yourself, y'all already know what to do, baby. Show some love on the Cash App and or PayPal, which is on the screen and in the description box below. Tell me what you guys think below, and I will talk to you guys later. Peace.